As chair of the House Education Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing of bills referred to the Education Committee. Executive session on pending legislation may be held. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-8. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event that the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us. Jennifer Ford, committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. We'll start the meeting by taking a roll call of attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether. Please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. So, Madam Clerk, would you please read the roll?
Representative Cordelli.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Bohm.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Allard.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Lakis.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Moffett.
In the house.
Representative Thompson.
Here
In the House.
in the house.
Representative Andrus.
Here at home in Salisbury, alone.
Representative Ford. Representative Ford.
Unit.
He's good.
Representative Ford.
Yes,
Are you at home?
yes, I am, alone.
Thank you. Representative Leon.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Stody.
Here also in the committee room.
Representative Myler.
I am here in Kentucky, New Hampshire, in my home office alone.
Representative Luno.
Reporting from Hopkinton.
Representative Shaw, I'm here in the committee room. Representative Parnell.
Home in Manchester.
Representative Tanner.
Home in Georges Mills with Raven, my rescue dog.
Representative Ellison.
Home alone here in Concord.
Representative Mullen.
Home here in Bedford.
Representative Lay. Representative Lay.
I don't see him. Check again. I don't see him.
Representative Woodcock.
Here in Center Conway, New Hampshire, with my wife in the building and my dog barking in the background.
Representative Ladd.
I'm here in the LOB.
One presently absent.
Okay, we have one absent at this time. Today's meeting is for the purpose of continuing the hearings on HB 20. Before I get in and start recognizing folks to testify, I'd like to remind all the folks that are wanting to testify, if you have written testimony, please submit that written testimony to the clerk or to our committee researcher. This will really help expedite our moving along and help expedite what the clerk is trying to stay up with us with getting everything documented. Also, if you are here to speak and you're going to speak on an issue and the content of what you want to address has already been alluded to or spoken, would you just please reference that and not go into any further explanation? Also, if you have written testimony that you submitted, please summarize it rather than reading it. So with that, I'd like to open up our committee hearing on HB 20. This is a bill that references the education freedom accounts. Representative Hobbs, who is first to speak today?
Our first speaker is Kate Baker Demers, and she has been promoted to panelist.
And do we have a follow-up that's going to be coming behind that?
We do, that will be Barrett Christina from the School Board Association.
Okay, so we have two people that are going to be speaking right from the beginning. We're going to have Kate Baker, and then from the School Boards Association representing the elected officials, local school board members will be Barrett Christina. Welcome, Kate.
Hi, how's my volume? Can everyone hear me? Great. So it's been a tough year, for all of us. This pandemic has really exacerbated the challenges of our most vulnerable children. I'm Kate Baker Demers. I'm a Manchester resident, born on the West Side. I'm the director of Children's Scholarship Fund New Hampshire. I've been running the Education Tax Credit Scholarship Program since its inception in 2013. Dotting every I and crossing every T year after year for the benefit of low-income children in New Hampshire so they can get an education that they otherwise couldn't afford. We're efficient and effective at Children's Scholarship Fund with annually between 90 and 94 cents on every dollar going directly to kids. I drive a Toyota Corolla. In 2016, we were lucky to become part of Children's Scholarship Fund National. So we do have the infrastructure and systems of a large organization. We conduct an independent audit annually. Our 990s financial statements and annual reports are all open and public. Our Department of Revenue annual reports are also rigorous, open, available, and public. And we share with pride where every child attends school, every scholarship child, and what every family does with our homeschool scholarships also. We have a 4-star Charity Navigator rating, which is the highest possible rating that a nonprofit can have. And we also have the highest possible score that one can get for accountability and transparency. This fall at Children's Scholarship Fund New Hampshire, we were able to help 626 low-income children in need with scholarships, which was 100 more than we could help last year. But for perspective, this last fall, we had 30 kids on our wait list. And this fall, there was 800 children that we were unable to serve. They were children of single moms or dads who needed to go to work in person, to put food on their table, like LNAs and delivery drivers and grocery store employees. They were children with special needs for whom remote therapy just wasn't working at all. They were medically fragile children who couldn't go into a classroom setting. The parents had fear that the children would be in danger in a classroom setting and they wanted to stay home. And all those people were in addition to our normal kids that we see in any given year. Usually those are kids that are bullied and need to go to a different school setting. They might be kids that are well below grade level and the parent is looking for a smaller class size for them. Or they might be families with special needs who are just at the end of their rope and want to opt to do something completely different. These families are normal families, and then we saw all these other families because of the pandemic. So it's been a really tough year. HB 20 gives us the opportunity, all of us, the opportunity to serve these children. And really that's what we're all here for, is to serve the children of New Hampshire. I'm just going to point out a couple of things in the bill that I think are of note that haven't been brought up by anyone else who's been talking about it. And that is the total transparency around the use of the funds. It's very clear what you can use it for, and it will be very clear in the reporting and accountability what those funds are used for. I thought also the fact that it requires a system for rating and reviewing education providers that's public will be a wonderful piece and service to the state where you can go and see how education providers, who they are and what they're doing and what do people think about them. I think that's a really important piece of this bill. I also noted that there's auditing of every account, and I thought that was a really good piece of this bill. I like how the bill requires the scholarship organization to use a financial tech payment platform, and I know that Class Wallet is also here today, and they are ready to share with you how that works and the accountability and transparency built into that payment platform, and the fact that this bill specifies doing something that's family friendly and also fraud prevention, I think is really important. The fact that the State Board of Ed further after this bill makes the rules, I think will make it really clear how to run the program, and I appreciate that that is in there. I also noticed the rigorous annual reporting and that there's legislative oversight and that those legislators are elected. I thought that elected legislator oversight piece of this was also good. And so for me, you know, HB 20 and education freedom accounts will give us the opportunity, really all of us, to serve New Hampshire children who otherwise are struggling. And so Children's Scholarship Fund supports this legislation.
Thank you very much, Kate Baker. Demers, are you willing to take any questions from members of the committee?
I can take as many questions as people want to ask me. Absolutely.
Yeah, we're trying to keep the time down because we have a whole host of people on testify.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. I'm available to all of you anytime, as you know. Happy to answer anything, give you my cell number, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kate, for your work in this area. I want to ask, what type of expenses do existing homeschool scholarships cover?
Thank you so much. That's a great question. So what we see with our existing, we do have almost 200 homeschoolers in our current education tax credit scholarship program using a homeschool scholarship. And the families, I do have a list of that, and they have particularly about 3% spend money on tutoring, about 7% spend money on online classes. Textbooks are about 15% of the purchases. Technology, hardware, Chromebooks are about 8% of the purchases. Education therapies, about 2%. Testing fees, about 5%. College classes, and again, remember, you can use this for a college class, but only if you haven't graduated from high school yet. So these aren't actually college students. They're high school students taking a college course, and that was 1%. Public school tuition was about 2%. So people are buying classes and courses online. For example, we have a student in Loudon on a farm who goes to online school at Stanford University. He was an advanced child who needed a more accelerated curriculum. And so he's technically a homeschooler, even though he's a full-time online schooler. And so we see that, we see people purchasing courses and classes. There are some co-ops that have opened. There's one in Manchester where families can purchase classes for their homeschool classes. There's also a learning center in Dover called Big Fish. And I think you actually heard from one of those students who was on the meeting last time talking about his experience there at Big Fish. And at Big Fish is a place where you're a homeschooler, but you purchase courses and classes and advising from the school. And so we see that. People also do purchase music classes. What else do I see here? Music lessons, learning supplies, mad science class. So it's been a really fun opportunity to be able to provide low-income families with this. You know, sometimes with a homeschooler, they're giving up an entire person's income capability to stay home and educate their child. And so to be able to help them with these curriculum type things and courses, I see a New Hampshire history class here. To be able to provide that for families is really exceptional and meaningful. So thanks again for that question, Representative Moffett.
Questions? Yes, Representative Sabi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I'd like to find out, how do you see that this bill would impact minority kids and disadvantaged kids? You see that this is, will just expand on the idea of choice and the charter school already started.
Sure. But yeah, that's a good question. So our existing tax credit program, our scholarship program, is one of the most diverse programs in the state. So while the state percentages are 90% white in New Hampshire and then 10% people of color, our program is about 78% people that are white and 22% people of color. And so we do find that many families come to us because they might be experiencing some form of discrimination in their school. They tell us that happens to them. They tell us that they experience racism, and that's why they come to us. And so the fact that a program exists where a family who's experiencing something like that can get help, I think is really important. And so when you're creating education freedom accounts, yes, you are creating an opportunity for a family who otherwise is experiencing discrimination to come, or bullying, and go to a school where they want to, or a building that's safe for them. There was a Gleason report that they put out that said that LGBTQ kids are the most bullied. 63% of those kids in schools are bullied. And that is the top reason that people come to us now, is because they're experiencing bullying or discrimination. And so putting a program like Education Freedom Accounts into place does directly help those kids.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions for Kate? Yes,
Chair.
Representative Luno?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much, Ms. Baker, for I'm sorry for taking my question.
No problem.
Just was wondering, based on the estimated state costs that the LBA has put forward, how much revenue do the scholarship organizations look to potentially receive as a result of House Bill 20?
You're asking the administrative costs. Right now, we run between 90 and 94 cents goes to kids. So that would be between 6 and 10% of our cost. What happens, Representative Luno, is if something is larger, it's more efficient. When something is smaller, it's usually less efficient in the nonprofit space. There's a lot of discussion around 10% being kind of the requirement of a baseline for a federal grant, for example. To run well, they'll say you should use 10% as your baseline. There's some discussion in the nonprofit space also about making sure that you're not being so narrow that you don't run well. And so we do a really good job currently with that 94.6 overall at Children's Scholarship Fund, running really efficiently. And we'll work to run as efficiently as possible. I'm not going to upgrade my Corolla anytime soon. I want to be able to send all the money to kids if I can. And so we'll run efficiently, but that is a really reasonable expectation that somewhere between 6% and 10% is going to be the cost to run the program. And that's super efficient and gold standard for nonprofits. I know, for example, Easter Seals in New Hampshire runs 90-10. 90% goes right to the programs and families, and 10% is for their administrative. So I feel like that's pretty reasonable and safe guess, and I'll run it as efficiently as possible for sure if I run this type of program.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. So thanks very much for that. So that would be somewhere between 6 to 10% of the $74.8 million that the LBA has looked at. I guess I was wondering.
That doesn't sound like a reasonable projection.
Well, it's what they emailed me. So,
So in other
but,
states,
but,
they.
but
it's
I've got a
about one
question.
to-
I've got a
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry.
I've got a
Okay,
question.
okay,
So-
sorry.
So my question is would you be interested in learning more about a bill, particularly being from Manchester? Would you be interested in learning more about Senate Bill 158, which with no additional impact on property taxes to Manchester property taxpayers would direct almost that same number, close to $80 million in additional state funding to the Manchester School District? Would you be interested in learning more about that bill?
I mean, I love reading everything Representative Luno and having wonderful conversations. I think that if families use an education freedom account, it does increase the per pupil money that the district has for all the kids that they have there. And so I think we're talking about apples and oranges. I'm not quite sure where you're going with your question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Further questions?
Alicia and
Okay.
Rep. Myler.
First.
Representative Mikas?
Okay. I was wondering how this is going to avoid the mistakes of Arizona as far as widescreen televisions and stuff like that.
So Arizona recently in the past 2 years has moved their families to Class Wallet. And it's standard now understanding for anyone running these programs nationwide that that's the way to do it. Initially, Arizona used debit cards where they tried to track spending, and that doesn't really make sense. Using Class Wallet is really the way to go because every expense can be pre-approved. And I know Class Wallet is here today on this call to show you that, so you can see how the expenses are pre-approved by a real human instead of being some sort of mechanical, and the platform exists really to do that and then to report down to the SKU. So the transparency around that is really good. You're going to be able to see down to the SKU what every family does with the money using Class Wallet, and the administrator will be able to pre-approve every expense. And there, I know Class Wallet's here to show you that. So you'll be able to see that, Representative,
Thank you very
later
much.
today. Yeah, you're welcome.
Representative Myler?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for being here.
My pleasure.
Currently, the funds you're receiving are pre-tax dollars from businesses. Is that correct?
You could be now a business or an individual. It's against business profits tax, business enterprise tax, and interest and dividends tax. So someone makes a donation to the scholarship fund after they've applied to Department of Revenue, then they can get the credit after they make the donation. But that's the existing mechanism that we
Right.
have, yes.
HB 20 is directly from taxpayers' money that would
I
go
mean,
to
it's
your.
a state, yeah, you're talking about the state adequacy dollars following the child wherever they go. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. Yeah.
Could you inform the committee, please, of your current grants that you're providing? How many of those are going to religious schools, please?
It's a great question. I don't have it broken out like that. I just have a list of all the schools where the kids are going. And so it's Unity Christian School, Meeting House Montessori, Jesse Remington High School, Claremont Christian Academy, New England Classical Academy, Trinity Christian School, Shaker Road School, Bishop Brady High School, St. John Regional School, Portsmouth Christian Academy, St. Thomas Aquinas, St. Mary Academy, Big Fish Learning Community, Dublin Christian School, Mountain Shadows School, Building Block Commons, Salve Regina, Hampstead Academy, Sacred Heart School, Bradford Christian Academy, the Beach Hill School, Presentation of Mary Academy, Victory High School, Monadnock Waldorf School, St. Joseph's Regional School, Laconia Christian Academy, Holy Trinity School, Acton Academy, Mount Royal Academy North, St. Francis of Assisi, Southern New Hampshire Montessori, Holy Family Academy, Mount Zion Christian School, Trinity High School, North End Montessori, St. Benedict Academy, Mount St. Mary Academy, St. Catherine's School, St. Joseph's Regional Junior High School, Cardinal LaCroix Academy, Kimball Union Academy, South Merrimack Christian Academy, Bishop Girton High School, Nashua Catholic Regional High School, St. Christopher Parish School, Newport Montessori, Cornerstone Christian Academy, Crossroads Christian School, Green Valley School, the Wells School, Heritage Christian School, St. Elizabeth Seton School, St. Bonnie School, Tri-City Christian Academy, Mount Royal Academy, Tilton School, High Mowing School, Pine Hill Waldorf School, and then there's 194 homeschoolers.
Thank you very much for that information.
My pleasure.
Very much.
Rep. Tanner. Rep. Tanner.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you for taking my question, Ms. Baker. I was wondering if you could, if the Giving and Going Alliance is set up by the Christian academies, basically, is still part of the Children's Scholarship Fund.
That's a separate organization, and they actually don't have any staff, Representative Tanner. So I don't know what their plans are.
Could I have a follow-up on that, please? So they are, though, approved to put out these vouchers as well as the other scholarships?
Yes, we do get reapproved every year. And so they were approved like we were at the beginning of the fiscal year to do scholarships for this year, but we're all only approved for 1 year, and then we reapply every year based on our compliance with the law and turning in our EDO5s on time and resubmitting an application. So one does get reapproved every fiscal year.
And do you know what percentage they take?
I don't know. No, I'm sorry, I couldn't answer that.
Who would we contact to find that information out?
You actually can look at the reports. They're on the Department of Revenue's website. If you go to the Department of Revenue's website and you click on education tax credit, you can see all of the public reports that have been published from this year all the way back to the beginning. And so you could really just look at it. It's public information.
It does seem like they're part of your organization on some of those reports, though, the ones.
So I did used to help them in the beginning. When the organization started, they did not know how to do the work. And so I did help them in the beginning to learn to do education tax credit scholarships. I mean, 77G is also an 11-page law with requirements. And so I did help them. So you'll see in the beginning that we filed reports together, but now we've gotten to the point where Children's Scholarship Fund is so large that I don't have time to help anyone really with anything else at all. And they've been able to run that on their own for years now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. No one else. Listen, if you start a scholarship organization, I'm too busy to help you.
We're going to take one more question for you, and
okay.
Person Woodcock, and then we're going to move on to next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Baker Demers. Thank you very much. Very simple question. I heard you speak about the different institutions that Mr. Mile, Representative Mile asked you about. I believe it. Is it possible for you to forward the committee that list and the enrollment in each school, please?
Yeah, I'd love to. Yep. Happy to do that. Thanks. My pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So we're going to thank Kate Baker for being here today, and we're going to move on now to Christina, who is representing the School Boards Association and all elected school board members throughout our state of New Hampshire. Welcome, Barrett.
Thank you very much, Chairman Ladd. Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you for taking my testimony. For the record, Barrett Christina, Executive Director of the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We are in firm opposition to House Bill 20. In preparing my testimony, I thought it would be helpful if we went through some actual provisions of the bill itself. Many of the speakers last week sort of talked about their own personal experiences and some of the broader policies about vouchers and privatization. So I'm going to walk through some of the language of the bill and try to identify where there are problems with the current language, where it may be contradictory, and then wrap that up with some of the larger policy concerns, of which this bill has many. So I'm on page 1 of the bill. Page 1, line 17, talks about an educational service provider that provides educational materials. Educational materials is not further defined within the bill. There's some stuff on page 2 that I'll get to in a little bit that talks about tuition and tutoring. But educational materials is about as broad-based a phrase as we could possibly get. I'd like to know who determines what the educational material is. Is it the school? Is it the parent? Is it the educational organization that just spoke? Some problems with the eligible student language and the definition of an eligible student. I just want to make sure I'm clear when it says a resident of the state who was eligible to enroll in a public or elementary or in a public elementary or secondary school. So we're talking about 180,000 kids that would potentially be available for this voucher, this handout of about $4,000 or $5,000 per person. I know they'll be going to committee and fiscal notes, so I'm not going to get into that, but I just want to make sure that we're clear that it's every kid that's eligible to attend public schools, about 170, 180,000 kids in the state. The other question about that, the definition of an eligible student, I'm on page 1, line 26. It says, eligible student, including a sibling of a student with an education freedom account. Does that sibling also have to be a resident of New Hampshire and meet the initial criteria? I don't think that's very clear because it's quite possible that we have siblings of students who live in a different state. Dad may live in Dover or Somersworth with one child, and mom may live in Berwick or South Berwick, Maine with another child. We have families with stepchildren and half brothers and half siblings that, from my own experience, may live in various parts of the state or various parts of Maine or New Hampshire or Massachusetts. So are we expanding that to any sibling regardless of where they live, or does that sibling also have to be a New Hampshire resident? Definition, page 1, line 30, full-time means more than 50% of instructional time. 50% of what? Is that a school day? Is that a homeschooling day? Is that a school day based on the resident district's hours? It's sort of, using the phrase instructional time is also counterintuitive to the competency-based education system that New Hampshire has been moving towards for the last 10 or 12 years, where we're not counting seat time to earn credits. We're talking about competencies and mastery of competencies. So I'm not sure what, I'm not sure what instructional time means. Does that mean that they have to adhere by the minimum standards, which require 990 hours for high school over the course of a year and less for elementary schools? I'm moving on to page 2, line 1, a person where the student or the educator are not physically present in the traditional classroom. I don't know what traditional classroom means. When you tell me a traditional classroom, are we talking about a little two-room schoolhouse in the mountains? Or are we talking about, the latest classrooms in Dover High School, which was just built 2 or 3 years ago? So I don't know what that means. I'm on page 2 now, continuing down, talking about some of the qualifying expenses. I'm looking, I'm on subparagraph D, this is line 19. It says services contracted for and provided by a public school district, charter public school, or public academy, including but not limited to individual classes, curricular activities, and programs. One of the great ironies with this bill is that public schools provide these services for free. And now we're giving money away to parents to turn around and re-buy them. It sounds like we're going to be paying for the same services twice, whether or not that's educational services, physical therapy, special education services. But the services are essentially, if you're going to a public school and you need those services, guess what? Parents don't have to pay for them. Continuing down, I'm on page 2, line 25, paragraph F. Computer hardware, internet connectivity, and other technological services and devices that are used to help meet the students' educational needs. I'm going to try and not get testy, but this is a little bit insulting considering that we have a lot of schools that are still going remote. And when those children needed laptops and devices, it was the public schools that paid for them. And it was the public schools that worked with the internet service companies to try and get internet out there. And how about our teachers? There's nothing in law that requires a teacher has a laptop or the internet at home, but yet we know our teachers were providing remote instruction for the last 10 months and are continuing to do so. So if a kid needs a computer and is enrolled in the public school, especially in times of a pandemic, and especially in times when we're changing educational models to meet the needs of kids, again, local taxpayers are paying for that. The state isn't paying for that. Local taxpayers are paying for that. And now we're giving them additional money to go buy these sorts of things. Line 27 on page 2, educational software and applications. Is that education applications or just applications? So are we paying for Angry Birds and games to play? I don't know what that means either. Line 32, tuition or fees or other summer education programs. What's an educational program? Is that any sort of summer camp? Does there have to be a curriculum for a summer camp? Does it have to relate to reading, writing, and arithmetic? Again, it's vague, and if not, who decides? Who decides if it's an educational summer program? Is it the scholarship organization? Is it some level of oversight by the Department of Education? These are all continuing questions with the bill that simply don't have any answers. Moving on to page 3, line 2. Again, these are some of the things that you can pay for. Fees for transportation, paid to a fee-for-service transportation provider for the student to travel to and from an educational service provider. Again, these are paid for by public schools already. If a child needs to get on a bus to go receive some sort of special services, public schools are already paying for that. So again, this is just another example where if we're giving out free money, we're giving out a voucher to people, we're going to be paying for the same service twice. That does not seem like an efficient way to be spending taxpayer money. All the other things, the things I talked about, these qualifying educational expenses, one of the larger concerns NHSBA has with this bill is whether or not these education service providers are required to undergo criminal background checks the same way anybody that steps into a public school to provide education services is required to undergo a criminal background check. Further, are they going to be required to adhere to the teacher or the educator code of conduct that the Department of Education and the state board has adopted a couple years ago? Now, I understand that the department's really only role is to cover certified educators if you hold a credential from the department. But it seems that if we're going to be giving state money to these other education service providers, that they should at least be held to the same standards, at least as it comes to child safety. Criminal background checks, I don't think is that much to ask. And adhering to a code of conduct, I don't think is too much to ask either. Page 3, line 13, this is where it says that the EFA does not constitute taxable income to the parent. Is that allowed? So we need to check with a tax attorney or the IRS on that. I don't know if a state statute can dictate what constitutes income and what does not constitute income. I presume that that's a federal issue under IRS regulations. I'm moving on to page 4. I'm on line 17. This may be covered, this may not be covered elsewhere in the bill. It talks about enrolling a full-time student in the resident school district shall result in immediate suspension of payment of additional funds. And if I missed it, maybe it isn't here, but the larger question is what happens to sort of these unexpended funds? Is is it returned back to the state? Does it go to the school district where the child resides who's receiving the voucher? Or I don't know, does it stay with the scholarship organization in their account? Does it get sent back to the state, or does it get sent to the local school district? If I missed that, I apologize, but that's certainly a question that NHSBA has. Moving on, I'm on page 6, line 7. It says, if an EFA student is free from personal misconduct, that student shall be eligible for an EFA in the future. I don't know what that means by personal misconduct. Anybody who has kids knows that kids are not free from personal misconduct, which is why they're kids, and it's why it's responsibility of the parents to make sure that they're not. But I mean, does that mean that the kid was suspended at a school? Does it mean he got detention? I don't know what that means. Continuing on, line 32 on page 6, the scholarship organization may adopt policies or procedures. It seems that a shall would make more sense there. It's also peculiar, though, that we're putting sort of rule-making authority into the hands of a private entity. Question the oversight of the scholarship organization creating its own rules to run itself. Also on page, this is on page 6 and the top of page 7. I'm on line 36 on page 6. It says the scholarship organization shall not include, discriminate against, or otherwise disadvantage any educational provider, so on and so forth, with respect to the religious character and affiliation, including mission-based practices. By carving out the religious exception in that line, you're saying that the scholarship organization can discriminate for other bases. If you don't want the scholarship organization to discriminate on any basis, then that should be it. But by carving out the religious carve out there, I think the implication is that they can discriminate for other purposes. Page 7, line 4, the scholarship organization and any contractors shall comply with all federal state laws regarding student privacy. I'm not sure what they mean by contractors. Are contractors the service providers, or are they contractors that the scholarship organization as a corporate entity uses? The other challenge with that, just before the contractors and the scholarship organization sort of jump both feet in with respect to House Bill 20, I'm going to interpret that as meaning the scholarship organization, any contractors, which I'm going to interpret as education service providers, at this point need to comply with House Bill 1612. The cost, time, effort, and expertise that is needed to implement the provisions of House Bill 1612. For the newer members, that was a very significant data privacy bill sponsored by Representative Cordelli in 2018, I believe that was, sir. And NHSBA was happy to help with Representative Cordelli and House Ed and full legislature to provide multiple training opportunities and webinars and in-person trainings for House Bill 12, but it was quite an effort. School districts are still, I think, getting up to speed on that, but it was timely, it was costly, it was expensive. So I just want to make sure we're clear that scholarship organizations and contractors, which may or may not include the education service providers, are also required to comply with House Bill 1612. Continuing on, page 8, line 20, education service providers shall be given maximum freedom to provide for the educational needs of VFA students without government control. I think that this really sort of sums up House Bill 20 and all the other voucher bills. We're giving away money and there's no oversight. I would think that if we're giving away state money, public money, adequacy grants, that there should be some level of government control and governmental oversight. Those are just some of the highlights NHSBA has identified with the bill. There are some of the larger policy concerns that NHSBA has. The fiscal note, I know that the LBA did a fiscal note, the department did a fiscal note, Reaching Higher New Hampshire did a fiscal note. I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty of those. People are going to believe what they want to believe. But at its most base level, if we're talking about 15 or 20,000 kids that are currently in private schools and homeschooling right now, and not even if not a single child currently enrolled in public schools access this. We've got about 20,000 kids in homeschools and private schooling, I believe, were some of the enrollment numbers. That's $80 million price tag just on that. Remind you that we're arguing over $50 million for school building aid when we know that the department has reported that building aid needs across the state are about $1 billion. It seems odd that we just want to give away that much money, and we said without any government oversight or control, as the bill notes. The other aspect too, which I think is concerning, is that there's no requirement that these education service providers be New Hampshire corporations. So we could be giving a voucher for a kid to go to school out of state. It seems at the very least, as a policy standpoint, the committee might want to make sure that state money is being spent in state for state students. And last, there's one aspect, one word that gets floated around a lot with respect to these bills. And I'd like to provide a little context and clarity to that. The word is accountability. We know that, opponents of House Bill 20 have said there's a lack of accountability. Proponents of House Bill 20 have said that, parents are ultimately, accountable for the education of their child, and school districts are accountable to parents, and so on and so forth. There's two kinds of accountability that we're talking about. The first is what I'm going to call little a accountability, in the sense that school boards are accountable to the taxpayers. School boards are accountable to the parents and the children that are within their district. Anybody time we're spending public money, we're accountable to the public. That level of accountability. What opponents of House Bill 20, when opponents of House Bill 20 speak about accountability, this is big A accountability. And that's the requirements both found in statute, Department of Education rules, and the New Hampshire Constitution, that there be an accountability system within our public education. That accountability system is the statewide assessment. We've had some conversations about the input-based accountability system and the output-based accountability system on some of the other bills this session. That's the accountability that's lacking from this bill. Our public schools are required to file all sorts of accountability reports with the Department of Education. And why do they have to do that? Because it's state money. And if you're taking state money, certain strings come attached with that. So I wanted to clarify that for the committee. When we're talking about accountability in the educational context, we're not talking about the little a accountability where school boards are accountable to parents and school boards are accountable to taxpayers and things of that accountability, general accountability. We're talking big A accountability, which the law already requires public schools that there be an accountability piece to an adequate education. So I hope that helps clarify sort of what we're talking about with the accountability aspect. Accountability is a general adequacy requirement. Minimum standards flow with that. So I guess we circle back around to the argument that if there's too much accountability in public schools and too many standards for public schools, and that is somehow inhibiting public schools from serving all the children, then let's focus on where those standards are and what the legislature can do to perhaps eliminate some of them. But anyway, I'll wrap up my testimony. I thank you for indulging me. NHSBA is firmly opposed to this bill. The language of the statute itself it has a lot of holes in it, and then we have the broader policy concerns, which we don't think makes for a good bill either. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Barrett, for your detailed presentation here. Are you willing to take questions?
Happy to answer any questions, sir.
Thank you. Representative Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking the question. Opponents frequently say that the students leave due to the EFA. The district raise property taxes. Does that mean if they gain students, they would cut property taxes?
I missed part of that, Representative Bohm. I just want to make sure you said it. Opponents of voucher bills claim that if students leave the school, property taxes will go up, but if they come back into the school, property taxes will go down. Was that the general question?
General, also, if students come into the school from other reasons, it's basically, lose students, property taxes goes up, gain students, property taxes go up. Heads they win, tails they lose. So in a case where taxes would go down.
Well, thank you for the question, Representative. I don't know if I have a clear answer for that, but I will tell you that Manchester has the lowest cost per pupil in the state, and I think that's because they have the most kids. You know, I'm not a statistician by any means, but we know that, you know, a child in and a child out, you know, doesn't change your tax rate one bit. To some degree, these are economies of scale. If you have a large district such as Manchester, you can have a lower cost per pupil. Conversely, if you have a small student population, like say Waterville Valley, their cost per pupil is $30,000 or $40,000 because there's only 10 or 15 kids that live there, whatever the numbers are. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I think that's the best I can provide for.
Thank you. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Christina, for taking my question. I'm referring to your comment on page 7, line 4. Do you find it strange that in this language that the contractors have to comply with federal and state laws regarding privacy, but not regarding discrimination?
Thank you for the question, Representative. You know, that's also a significant concern of opponents opponents of voucher bills in general. You know, I liken this to sort of you know, a federal grant, if you will. Anytime there's a federal grant, and I imagine even a lot of state grants, if you're accepting federal money, you have to agree to abide by all federal, you know, non-discrimination and anti-discrimination measures. It would, you know, it would be a powerful statement from the state of New Hampshire if there were enhanced or increased anti-discrimination provisions put within House Bill 20, if we're going to be, you know, providing these vouchers to people to use in any way they want.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You spoke to how the schools are providing certain services for free. That's in regards to the equal access and transportation. But with that, I'm a little bit confused because I thought that came within the adequacy grants that come from the state directly to the schools for those students. And I don't quite understand the objection to having those same adequacy grant funds that are going into the EFA program, paying for those exact same services that are paid for in the public schools with those same funds. Could you help me to understand that better, please?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. I'd be happy to. Well, I think the most basic answer is that adequacy grants are supposed to be paid for an adequate education. An adequate education can only be met by following pertinent state statutes relative to adequacy, by following the minimum standards from the Department of Education that directly relate to state adequacy, and all the other accountability aspects that we talked about as well too. To your second question about the service providers, you know, this, again, it sort of gets back to the economy of scale. A school district may employ a speech pathologist that services 20, 50, 100 kids in the school district. And collectively, that person is employed and paid through probably some combination of both state taxes, your adequacy grant, and local property taxes. Here, we're simply giving money to parents to provide the service that if the child were enrolled in the public school, the child would be receiving for free anyway. You may have a special education bus that drives 3 or 4 kids, half a dozen kids to and from school every day, whether the kids are medically fragile, in a wheelchair, whatever it may be. So again, by transporting 6 kids at once, you're saving the taxpayers money, as opposed to giving people just a free check to transport one child on a bus to a potential provider. But I think the gist of the question is that adequacy payments, adequacy grants should be used to pay for an adequate education. An adequate education can only be met by meeting certain state requirements, which the bill lacks and doesn't require.
And if I may have a follow-up?
Yes, a follow-up.
My question to this is the way that I read it, it appears that the students would be able to use these grants to purchase those same services that benefit from the economies of scale that you just spoke to. Is that something that the School Board Association is opposed to, allowing them to bring those dollars back into the public school system for things that they believe are served, even though the students are served in other educational modes outside of the system?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. I don't know. So our school districts are now going to be vendors? Is that? I mean, is that what if that's the language of the bill? I understand that you can bring it back in to get that speech therapy and those OT therapy. I don't think public schools do that. I mean, maybe a special ed director could answer that question better than I, but it's not like we're a private entity and we advertise speech therapy services and bring kids in to receive them that aren't residents of the district, or through some collaborative effort between superintendents to share services among school districts.
Thank you, and I apologize for getting too wonky on.
Okay, thanks very much.
Quite all right, Representative. Thank you for the questions.
And
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Christina, for taking my question. As you mentioned, the scholarship fund has a lot of roles in this bill, accountability roles, auditing roles and that sort of thing. And I think most people assume that it's going to be the Children's Scholarship Fund, but there's also the Giving and Going Alliance, which is for Christian schools that has been approved, but kind of flies, I think, a little bit under what people know about the scholarship funds. Can you see an issue if, let's say, 10 different scholarship funds come into this program and decide that they're going to take the 6 to 10%? Do you see any oversight for the scholarship organizations in this bill itself?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I did see there was some reporting out to the department that the scholarship organization, and just to your first point, the Giving and Going or whatever I'm not familiar with that organization. I hadn't heard of them before. I mean, I know that there is some provisions. I think I'm on page 7 where it talks about like a legislative oversight commission with some parents and whatnot. The bulk of NHSBA's testimony and objection to House Bill 20 is not so much about the organization itself, but rather, the manner in which we're just giving money away for people to use sort of in a manner in whatever they see fit. So I guess the simple answer is, I'm sorry, Representative. I guess I don't have an answer for your question.
Thank you.
thank you very much. Representative Likens, you have your hand up.
Oh, yes.
And then Representative.
Thank you for taking my question. You were talking about discrimination and saying that the schools who take the money should follow the same anti-discrimination laws. But I'm wondering, do you think then that means that an all-girls school, if they take any girls from this, they then have to take boys as well?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Nobody disputes that private entities are allowed to create their own rules for admission. I'm not debating that. I'm not arguing about that. I'm not making a policy decision on whether or not an all-girls school should accept boys or whether or not a Christian school should accept non-Christians. That's not the point of NHSBA's testimony. The point is that we're giving state money to organizations that are allowed to do this, and we're authorizing that in statute. That's not necessarily the best policy or the best practice. Governor Sununu, the last I guess 4 or 5 years now since he was elected in 2016, has made very concerted efforts to ensure the safety of all students in our public schools. We expanded workplace protections to transgender people, expanded school-based protections for transgender students, created a private right of action for people to sue against for people to sue public schools against discrimination in whatever forms that may come. So it seems peculiar to me that while while the state has made significant efforts to combat and address discrimination within our public schools, we want to turn around and say that, but other schools receiving state adequacy money don't have to abide by those. It's a little confounding.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Christina, for joining us this morning and taking my question. You had referenced the Manchester School District in particular, saying that they have the lowest cost per pupil in the state, and I was wondering, does that lowest cost reflect the fair cost to educate 13,000 students that come from with really the highest incidence of family poverty and English language learners, being able to educate them to an equitable student outcome?
Thank you for the question, Representative Luno. Mr. O'Connell, Vice Chair of the Manchester Board of School Committees, testified, I believe it was on the building aid bill, one of the building aid bills, and he said that one of their high schools is 120 years old or something about that. That's statewide. We know, Representative Ladd has been pushing for building aid because Woodsville High School is however old that is as well too. So, without disparaging the dedicated work and effort that the administrators, school boards, and most especially the parents of the children in Manchester are doing, the city needs lots of help. The school district, this Manchester School District, need lots of help.
So a follow-up on that, Mr. Chair?
One follow-up question. Then we're gonna move on.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Christina, would you be interested to learn more about Senate Bill 158 that would direct an additional $80 million in state funding to the Manchester School District?
I'd be very interested in learning about that bill. I'll pull it up as soon as my testimony concludes. Thank you.
Terrific. It just received a bill number yesterday.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do right now is not take any more questions. I don't believe we have that many more questions from the community. I think we've done a good job in questioning. The two speakers, which we just had, the presenters, one from one side of the coin, the other from the other side of the coin, have been very thorough. And hopefully this will assist people that are coming up to testify in the future, that they can echo maybe the thoughts of one or the other and say that, so that we don't have to do a lot of repeating today. So with that, I would like to go on, and I want to set now, we haven't had a time limit for these first two speakers. This was pretty much even as far as time between the two of them. So we're going to now go to a time limit, and it's going to be 2 minutes per testifier from this point forward. We're still dealing with well over 140 people wanting to testify today. And that's, divide that by 2 minutes per person, add a little bit on in between time, and we have really got some hours in front of us here. So with that, I'd like to call on Representative Hobson to get the next person in line, and we will start tracking the time. Thank you.
Okay, so the next person who's going to speak is Representative Linda Gould. Linda, you've been promoted, so unmute. Are you there, Linda? Okay, next speaker who I'm going to promote is Representative Leah Cushman. Leah, I hope you're there. I just lost you somewhere. There you are. Okay, go ahead, please.
Huh.
Oh,
Hi, can you hear me?
Hold on a second, Leah. I'm sorry for the confusion. Rep. Gould got herself unmuted.
Okay.
Go.
So who do we have up on deck here?
Leah Cushman, go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Representative Leah Cushman. I represent Ware and Deering in Hillsborough County District 2. I'm testifying today
Go ahead, I muted her. Did you wanna-
I'm trying to find out, just a reminder to all those that are testifying, if you have written testimony, please submit that to the clerk and summarize your testimony. Go ahead, Representative Christian.
Thank you. So my eldest son was in public school until age 7. He had an IEP. He received a lot of extra help. Despite the special reading time he got with the special needs professionals every day, he still had great difficulty learning to read. For my son, a boy with attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder, to have to sit in his seat for 6 hours each day wasn't working for him. He didn't like learning at that point and resisted any kind of teaching in school and at home, and he viewed all of it as just awful work that he didn't want to do. At that time, I decided to take my son out of public school, and we began homeschooling. For 6 months, we did what's known as deschooling, which is where you don't do any formal schooling, but instead fill your days with museum visits, library trips, exploring nature, reading together, and just talking about what interests the child. The idea is you're following the child's lead and exploring his interests, discussing his ideas and thoughts, and answering questions in a laid back way to let him learn to enjoy learning again. By the end of that 6 months, my son, who had been unable to read, became a fluent reader. Very quickly, with the freedom to direct his education toward his interests in a flexible manner that worked for him, is what made that possible. The local public schools may not offer what individual students need. They set standards which the teachers have to teach to, and students who fall within a window of those standards, not too advanced and not too far behind, do very well. For other students who may have different learning styles, it may not work out so well, and they need something different. We pay thousands of dollars in property taxes every year, around 80% of which goes to our local school district in my town for the purpose of educating children. So many families could benefit from using alternative education methods, whether it be a different public school, private school, homeschool, or charter school. I believe if people truly care about children, then they would support this legislation. If these people who claim they care about children being discriminated against don't support this legislation.
Representative Cushman, you have gone beyond your 2 minutes, so we're going to have that conclude with a single sentence, and we will move to the next speaker.
Okay, the next speaker.
Are we not taking questions?
Yep.
Well, I want her to conclude, and then the next person might want to ask a question. Go ahead.
What?
I'm giving Representative Cushman an opportunity to give her summary statement, her last.
Gotcha. Thank you.
My summary is just that children learn in different ways, and this provides an opportunity for us to give an adequate education to kids in a way that they need it. And there's no discrimination because you have a choice of where to send your kids. So this discrimination isn't an issue either.
Thank you very much, Representative Cushman. Are there questions for Representative Cushman? Yes, Representative Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much, Representative Cushman, for joining us this morning and being willing to take a question. You had mentioned during your testimony that that people in Ware pay thousands of dollars a year in local property taxes to support your public schools. And I was wondering if you would be interested in learning more about Senate Bill 158, which would actually hold funding, the same in Ware, but would actually reduce property taxes in Ware by $4.84 per thousand.
Sure, I'd be interested in learning about it. Absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
Very much. Are there further questions for the representative? Not seeing any questions. The next speaker is
Representative Deborah Altschiller. Welcome to education.
I'm sorry, I am not signed up to speak, but I thank you for the opportunity. I'm just here listening. I've already signed in.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Representative. The next person.
The next person is Representative Stapleton, and I'm looking for him in the. I don't see him signed up any longer, so I will go to.
Can I ask a question while we're waiting?
Sure.
Yes, go ahead.
I may have missed this, Chairman. Did you announce at the beginning how many have signed in for or against, or are we going to get that information by the end of the day, or?
Comes at the end of the meeting, Representative Cornell.
Okay. I'm sorry?
It comes at the end of the hearing. I will give that information.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see the next couple of speakers. I'm going off the old list from last week. So just bear with me a minute. Okay. Mr. Baker. Okay. I'm going to unmute Deanna Jurius.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, just a point of inquiry, a point of information. I think I see the Mayor Donches's and seeing that he's an elected official in the state's second largest city. Not sure if you wanted to catch his time while he's available.
Not right now, and I will get the mayor following.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Luno. Okay, go ahead, Deanna.
Oh, good morning. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Dee Juris, and I'm representing the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy. For the record, I served representing Belknap District 2 in the House in the last biennium. I'm not taking a position today on HB 20, but I'm here to provide information about education savings accounts. To begin, I'd like to take a step back and look at the big picture. Every participant in this hearing believes that education is essential to the future well-being of our children and our state. And ongoing conversations about education funding are a big piece of that. However, I'd like to put that aside for a minute and talk about children. How great are children? They're naturally curious, they're avid learners, they're very active and bright-eyed. There's just something about being with a child that sparks life in a person. And each child is unique, and it's one of the joys of life to watch them grow up and develop their own personalities. That's what we're really talking about here. We're talking about children and how to serve each student with the best education for their unique abilities and personalities. And education savings accounts are a proven way of doing this. Currently, adequate education grants for each student are given directly to the school district or charter school a child attends. That can leave children in educational settings that aren't a good fit for them. We're currently funding schools, but not necessarily the best education for each child in those schools. With an ESA program, the state would deposit that child's education grant into a government-approved savings account so that families can pay for state-approved educational expenses, finally letting families match their child to the education that best suits him or her. They're not a new public policy idea, nor are they destroying public schools. 5 states currently have ESA programs: Arizona, Florida, Mississippi, Tennessee, and North Carolina. As mentioned last week, Arizona's program started in 2011, and right now about 4% of eligible students are participating in the program. School choice programs, including ESAs, have shown by numerous academic studies to improve student outcomes. In 17 studies of academic achievement, 11 found gains in achievement, 4 found no effect, and only 3 found a decline in test scores.
Deanna, we're at the end of your 2 minutes. Can you please wrap that up, and then we'll make you available for questions from the committee.
Certainly. So by letting families match their children with the education that best suits them, ESAs improve academic performance for both participating and non-participating students and make families more satisfied with the education their children are getting.
Thanks very much. Are there questions for Diana Jurius, Josiah Bartlett Center? Not seeing any questions from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next week, Nashua Mayor, Mr. Donchis.
The next person we're going to call for a testimony will be the mayor from Nashua. A reminder to all those that testify, please, if you have written testimony.
There? Oh, sorry.
If you have written testimony from all those that have been testified, please submit that to our clerk, Representative Shaw, so she won't have to keep writing in everything that you're saying. It really does expedite the process on this side. Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. I wanted to address a couple of points. The first being the idea that when a child leaves the public schools to go to a private school of some kind, that saves the school district money. That is not usually the case. In fact, usually nothing is saved, and I can explain why. I'm going to use Nashua as an example, not because it's different or more important or anything, but just because I know the numbers. But this is true in every community, large and small. So we have 400 and some classrooms across 17 schools and 12 grades plus kindergarten plus a little bit of pre-K. So let's say 300 kids leave. Now, so there's one kid in Amherst Street School in the 3rd grade, kids in a couple of different grades in another school. The class size gets reduced from 21 to 20 or something like that. It doesn't save any money at all, because unless the people leaving were concentrated all in one classroom or all in one grade, which never is going to happen, you still have the same teaching infrastructure, you still have the same schools, all of the same expenses. So maybe over very, very long term, if many kids left over many years, I mean, yeah, eventually there might be some savings, but certainly in the short term, there's absolutely nothing. Number 2, I would just like to address the cost of an adequate education. Now, there's a constitutional mandate that the state provide funding for an adequate education. The fiscal note on the bill says that the cost is state average is $19,000 or something approaching that, and the adequacy grant is $3,600. So the state is not even coming close to meeting its obligation to fund an adequate education. And if there are educational funds available, those should go, in my opinion, to the public schools until we really do fund an adequate education. The third, the cost of the kids that are already out of not even in public schools, where there would be clearly no savings. The commissioner testified the other day that all those children would be eligible for the adequacy grant, kids that are already in private schools. Well, if you look at the fiscal note, you see that there are 22,000 kids between private schools and homeschooling who would receive or be eligible to receive these funds, these state funds.
Mr. Mayor, we are at the end of your time frame, but can you try to wrap it up quickly, please?
He has to unmute.
You have to unmute.
You unmuted this.
So $50 or $100 million will go out of the state, just for kids that are already in private school. In any event, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to testify.
Mr. Mayor, are you willing to take questions?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you very much. Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Doncic, you earlier testified to this committee about your concerns about Nashua losing students and revenue to innovation schools. Do you still have that concern?
I've never said that. I don't know what you're talking about, but I have not testified that I'm worried about losing kids to innovation schools. What I'm worried about is that the state is not providing nearly enough assistance to provide an adequate education. And when someone does leave to go to another school, it does not result in savings to the school district.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Representative Luno and then Representative Leon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks very much, Mr. Mayor, for joining us this morning and being willing to take questions. I was wondering if you would be interested in learning more about Senate Bill 158, which would actually reduce property taxes in the city of Nashua by 78 cents, but it would also direct nearly $24 million of additional state educational grants to the to the Nashua School District, and that amount's calculated specifically to improve the student outcomes that you were talking about.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, is this appropriate for him to keep asking about a separate bill?
You're asking the same question to everybody regarding this.
No, I'm not. I'm asking it's a different question.
Yeah, but it's oriented around the same data. So,
And it's directed to the mayor's comments about student outcomes.
okay. Go ahead, Representative Lemon.
No, I've asked the question.
Mr. Chair, may I answer the question or?
You have a question, Representative Lemon?
Yeah, I asked the question.
All right, can you hear me now? I don't know. If I'm allowed to answer the question, I would say yes, I'd be more interested in learning about it, but I'm concerned about educational quality in public schools across the state of New Hampshire. Cities like Nashua, but also small towns where, you know, kids there deserve just the same help. So I'm concerned about Nashua, but really all kids in the state.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Further questions, Representative Lamb?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since this loss of state funds and property tax increases is such a concern, what is your plan to deal with the declining enrollment numbers that we've been seeing over the past decades and are forecasted to continue without property tax increases?
Well, if you look at the percentages that departments in Nashua have gone up, the school department has gone up significantly less than the police department, the fire department, public works, and other departments. And I think that's because gradually the declining enrollment, which is not terribly significant, but we still have over 11,000 kids. The declining enrollment probably over a very long period of time has enabled the district to keep costs down below what other departments have gone up.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for the mayor? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome.
Okay, the next speaker is Melody McDonald, and she's been promoted.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today. First, ClassWallet is a financial technology. This year we are under contract and currently in the process of contracting to work with about $550 million of federal grant funds with state and local agencies being delivered to both families for programs like this in ESA, teachers, and schools. We did help Arizona to resolve their challenges with fraud and do completely eliminate the possibility of fraud. As a financial technology, what we do is provide a closed loop system where families could only access, first of all, vendors that have been pre-approved and vetted by the granting organization and not be able to pay anyone outside of that boundary. Additionally, as an education wallet, parents access that pool of approved only vendors. They then can submit a digital request, very, very easy for parents to use, by the way. And that digital request actually for the specific either service, like a tutor, for example, or educational item that they need, gets submitted, but it actually doesn't go anywhere. They're simply making a request. Once the request is made, that goes over to the granting administrator. That grant administrator has full opportunity to vet and make sure that that is fully compliant with within the boundaries of where the money can be spent. So it completely eliminates the possibility of fraud, as no purchase can happen unless it's approved. Once that is approved, we facilitate the payment and the money flow of that transaction. In other words, we will pay the vendor, they will be able to get the goods through one of our vendors in the marketplace that they have been allowed to access. We deal with the shipping process, the payment process, the invoicing process for all vendors.
Thank you. You're beyond your 2 minutes now. Could you please wrap it up and then go?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We also provide detailed reporting that is completely accessible. to the grant administrator and keeps everything so that it is fully transparent.
Very much. Are you willing to take questions?
Yes, I'm glad to take questions.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. McDonald, for being with us today. Could you tell the committee, please, what is your administrative fee for conducting this service?
Absolutely. Our administrative fee is 0.5%. And then as far as the rest goes, the vendors in the marketplace pay us a commissionable amount. We also have a transaction fee that is doesn't need to be paid by the state. Just very similar, if you could imagine PayPal and how when someone swipes a card, there's a transaction fee. When someone pays with PayPal, we have that as well. And that payment can be directed to wherever you would like. That most times, and in the case of Arizona, for example, that payment is directed to the vendors, just like when somebody pays their babysitter with PayPal, there's a fee that comes out, and that's 2.5%.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Moffitt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Could you possibly send the committee a good description of your system and process?
I have a 3-minute overview video. Would that suffice?
That would be great if you could send it to us.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I had a question about, for example, if I wanted to purchase a novel from Kindle Books on Amazon, and would Amazon then be one of the granting vendors, or would I have to go to a vendor for the same book that may be of a higher price that has been approved?
Good question. So we will allow whatever vendors your team, the granting administrator, wants to allow. So Amazon can be allowed in the marketplace or not allowed in the marketplace. And there are around 60 educational vendors, and we can also onboard local vendors, such as a local tutor, if that is permissible. So we don't really arbitrate, whether or not a vendor is allowed or not. That's for you to decide from the wheelhouse of what is acceptable. And there should be plenty of opportunity to shop that novel around. And if it's not a permissible novel, then that data of the name and the title of the book, the novel itself, will go over to the grant administrator, and they'll be able to look at that and say, am I going to allow this novel or not?
A follow-up then on that, please, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So what are you saying, that the grant administrator actually can choose to not allow them to take a certain novel or a certain textbook?
Yes, that's not something that we arbitrate. They have the grant administrator can look at the compliancy guidelines and decide whether that novel is compliant and either approve or reject the purchase.
Thank you.
Very much. I don't see any other questions from committee members. Thank you very much, Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. I appreciate your time and the opportunity. I will follow up with that video and some other information.
Thank you very much. Further testimony from who's next?
I'm looking for Shoshana Kelly. I'm sorry. I'm looking for Shoshana Kelly. She had signed up to speak last week as an elected official, but she's not here today. I'm looking for next Karen Lyant Hilt. I don't see her either. Sorry. Huh?
For the members of the
Okay,
committee, we're just
I'm
going
not
through the
here.
old list, and many of the oldest people are not here today. So we may jump to the new list and try to work through that and then come back to the old list.
Okay. I don't see. Adams, James, Charlie Post. Okay. Okay, so that clears up the elected officials. The next person is Alveston Britton.
There again, for all those that are in line to offer testimony, I please request you to not read your testimony. If you have it written, please submit it to our clerk, and then try to summarize.
Okay.
We'll have a 2-minute time limit.
Okay. Next speaker is Anne Marie Banfield. You've been, not on this subject. Anne Marie, you've been promoted. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Anne Marie Banfield, and I'm an advocate for parental rights and academic excellence in education. I do come here in support of HB 20. However, I do have some concerns with the language and want to make sure that it would protect the homeschool community. I think others may be testifying on that, so I'm just going to kind of skip over that part. We heard about accountability. I again want to stress that this bill allows accountability to parents. And when I work with parents across the state, it is because they feel that there's no accountability in their viewpoint, which is what brings them to me in the first place. So, you know, we can go back and forth with accountability, but, you know, there's a lot of parents out there that don't feel like their school that they're in is accountable to them. Most of what I approached you with on HB 607, I would duplicate on this bill in terms of using a balanced approach, supporting public excellence in public education and choice for the few who need it. In my research, parents prefer their local public school. There's no doubt about it. When you provide an excellent education choice in the public schools, that's where parents want their kids, most parents. Superintendents have school choice. They can choose private or religious schools and divert public funds towards those schools. They send some of their children to religious or private schools that have their own policies in terms of who they will accept. No one has brought forth any issues of discrimination when they choose a school to send some of their public school students to. So in terms of the schools that accept these students, or in the fact that public schools will not do all that they can do to provide the best education for their for that child. So using the kind of logic that we've heard today in terms of discrimination, it almost seems like you can make a case then that the public school is discriminating against the child that they're sending to a private school because they can't provide the needs for that specific child. I think we need to just go back to letting.
Ms. Banfield, we are now beyond the 2 minutes, so can you please summarize it, and we'll open up the questions.
Muted now.
Are we still muted out there?
Anne Marie, Anne Marie, I don't think.
I'm sorry. Sure. You know, just to bring up one last point is that schools also divert public funds to lobbying organizations like the NHSBA, the NHSAA. Local taxpayers pay their salaries. And then we hear them talk about how this would divert funds to private schools. But this is happening in public schools as we speak. So I just think that those are the kinds of things we need to think about. You know, we're arguing back and forth where this money is being diverted to, but we need to make sure that we're diverting it for the best interest of the child. And I think that's what HB 20 does. So thank you for taking my testimony.
Other questions for Ms. Banfield?
Mr. Chair, can I ask that people be given some sort of warning when they're close to the 2 minutes? I find it very almost rude that people are getting muted right mid-sentence. I mean, at least give them some sort of warning that they're maybe within 30 seconds of their 2 minutes so they can wrap it up, and I think that would work much better.
In response to your request, Representative Tanner, we do have a sign here that goes out for 15 seconds left. However, people are in the middle of sentences, and I don't want to come off at that point in time. And they keep for us to interject right here using a technology we have. It's virtually impossible if somebody is still So we have to do after the particular, the signals, we had to mute them, and we try to explain. But it's due to the nature of this technology, we can't stop at the end of the sentence. They go right into the next sentence. So we're trying to work with all that. This is why we have a 2 minutes, and this is why I have an individual here putting the sign up. We're trying to do it. Eventually it comes down, we just have to move. So where we are right now with questions, where were we on this now? Questions? Yes, are there any questions? Not seeing any hands up, thank you very much.
Oh, that is our hand up, okay. Okay, next speaker we're going to promote is Jim O'Connell. Go ahead, Mr. O'Connell, welcome to education. You're gonna have to.
Okay, sorry, I was muted. I apologize. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee members, for the opportunity to speak today. In recognition of all the speakers yet to come and those gone, I'll be very brief. First of all, I just want to correct something earlier today at this hearing. It was said that I was the vice chair of the school board committee in Manchester. I'm actually a school board committee member from Manchester. I'm a committee member at large representing all 12 wards, but I am not the current vice chair. I am the chair of the Education Legislation Committee of the Manchester School Board. But I'm here today speaking on my own behalf as a school board member in Manchester. So just very briefly, first of all, I'd identify with the remarks of Barra Christina earlier, and I'd refer the committee to a submission sent by Bishop Robert Hirschfield, the Episcopal Bishop of New Hampshire, yesterday. I think it's an important viewpoint that represents a view of church-going people in the state of New Hampshire that correctly identifies the division between church and state and the inequity involved in using public funds for those purposes. One other thing I would say is that with regard to Manchester and the efficiencies of larger populations, the numbers for per student spending in the state of New Hampshire have just been released for last year. In Manchester is actually, it's third from the bottom. There are two smaller towns that spend slightly less, but they only have elementary schools. But we're spending $12,000, $12,500 per student. The state average is close to 20. If people want to rest easy in bed at nighttime by telling themselves that that's because of efficiencies of numbers, then so be it, but that's being delusional. The fact is we have huge deficiencies that we're coping with. We're looking at a large budget reduction in Manchester, reducing services and doing everything we can to provide an education to the many children in our great city. And it makes no sense to me, to be honest, when I see 10% of $80 million in
Jim O'Connell, we're at the end of that 2 minutes. Could you please summarize where you are, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'll just summarize by what I said. I refer to the people I refer to. I just think that there is such a lack of funding already in public education in the state to divert money from that desperate need is just doesn't make good economic sense for the state of New Hampshire. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Mr. Luno, I'm sorry, Rep. Luno has his hand raised.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. O'Connell, for joining us this morning and talking about Manchester. Do you believe that, and this is specific to your testimony, do you believe that that the Manchester School District is funded, I guess, appropriately, that would provide the opportunity for an adequate education, or at least a statewide adequate outcome for
No,
students.
yeah, I think that, thank you for the question, Representative Luno. I think that, you know, we can be dispassionate and objective and just look at data and numbers. And, you know, there are judgments we can make on some things, but just in terms of data, I talked here last week, we talked about this building funding issue about the average school in Manchester being 70 years old. We're closing a school. We just announced it last week. So we'll go from 22 schools to 21. But in data terms, we have the largest of some of the we've improved a little in the last couple of years, but we've got some of the largest class sizes in the state in terms of per pupil ratio. We pay when I looked at the number $80 million that might go through go from this funding, just if people in private schools presently were to go. If you consider that we pay a starting teacher $39,000, that's rough. This is near to 40 you can get. Divide 40,000 into 80 million. We could hire 2,000 starting teachers for the amount of money that this bill might send elsewhere. So I won't go on, but the data is very clear. We are not in a position to give the children of Manchester the education that they deserve.
So, follow up on that, Mr. Chair?
Quick one, please.
Yeah, thank you. So with the $80 million that would be directed to Manchester through Senate Bill 158, move Manchester closer to statewide performance outcomes?
Without writing the paper on that, I would just point this out, that under the numbers from last year, I haven't done the calculations for this year, but numbers from last year, Manchester spends $53 million less than what it would spend if it spent the state average per student. So if we just spend, and clearly we have not just the average level of need in the city of Manchester, we've greater than the average level of need. But if we were to just spend the state average, that what every other town in the state spends on their students per student, if we just did that, we would need an additional $53 million. And just to make the point clearly, the property taxpayers of Manchester, we would never levy $53 million and expect the working people of Manchester and the homeowners to pay that.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
See any other questions for Jim McConnell? Thank you very much, Jim.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Okay, next we have Mr. Jonathan Weinberg.
Hi, thank you. I'll try to make this pretty brief. My name is Jonathan Weinberg, and I'm a recently elected member of the Concord School Board and a product of the New Hampshire public school system. Last week, the Concord School Board issued a stern statement opposing this legislation. The statement is as follows. Our district is dedicated to cultivating and providing a strong and inclusive public education for students in our schools. House Bill 20, also known as the Richard Dick Hinch Education Freedom and Savings Account Program, compromises not only this ideal, but our public education system as a whole. Therefore, we, the Concord School Board, unequivocally stand opposed to HB 20 and any iteration that seeks to dismantle our public education system. I would just like to note that entities like police agencies and firefighters are not becoming privatized, as we instead allocate additional public funds to support these agencies. So why are we attempting to privatize our public education system? This does not make education more accessible or even lower educational costs, but merely places more burden on local school districts to supplement the lost income from state adequacy funding. I thank you for your time, and I'm open to questions, but I know there is a long list.
Thank you. Questions from committee members? Representative Luno.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Weinberg, for joining us this morning and for your work with the Concord School Board. Would you say that property taxpayers in Concord are working pretty hard to provide the level of funding that you do in Concord for to educate Concord students?
I think definitely, especially as we're in budget season right now, the onus is definitely on the property taxpayers to ensure that we provide an adequate education.
So follow up on that?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Would you be interested in learning more about Senate Bill 158 that could reduce the property tax rate in Concord by over $2 per thousand and still provide the same level?
I'm sorry, Representative. Sorry, Representative, but we're talking about HB 20, not Senate bills today.
Okay.
Next
Any questions?
I don't see any further questions.
Okay.
Next speaker is.
Next speaker is Chris Ager. Chris, you've been promoted. Go ahead and speak.
Good morning. My name is Chris Ager. I'm representing myself. I live in Amherst, New Hampshire. I'm a former school board member of a neighboring town. I support HB 20. I support it on conceptual grounds that our first mission should be what's best for the children. What's the best way we can educate them? I believe the one thing we're missing in education now is vigorous competition. Competition spurs innovation. It can help lower cost, and it can increase the responsiveness of the organization to the consumer. So I know that perfect is the enemy of good enough, but HB 20 is a great step towards competition and doing what's best for the students and the children. I urge you to support HB 20. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ager. Questions from the committee?
Rep. Tanner.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, Mr. Ager. I was a longtime coach at the high school that I taught at, and one thing about competition is that you kind of need a fair playing field. Do you consider public schools that have to accept every student, regardless of their ability or their income or any kind of attribute, that puts them on a fair playing field with a private school that can pick and choose who they take as their students?
Sure, thank you for the question. So bringing everybody down to the worst possible lowest common denominator, I think, is the absolute worst possible public policy you can have. We should have a chain as strong as the strongest link. Let every child achieve their potential. Don't bring them down because someone else cannot achieve. So we should absolutely do the best for individual children one at a time. Cookie cutter does not work in business. I don't think it works well in education. Just think, if we forced everyone to go to McDonald's, we'd get greasy burgers, limpy fries, and watery milkshakes. But we have competition. It drives them to provide better for all of their consumers, and it actually drives the price down. We wouldn't have Chick-fil-A or Wendy's if we treated fast food the way we do public education.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ager, thank you just for taking my question. I find it distressing that you're comparing widgets and business and projects and production to students. I'm just trying to figure out how you make that parallel.
So it's in running an organization and getting efficiency. Why would you not learn from best practices in business, keeping in mind that the number one mission is those individual students? And if you can do it better within the same budget, or even pay more to get a better quality product, why wouldn't you try to do that? Why wouldn't you allow people to go to find what's best for them? It's like water flowing down a hill. It'll find the right path to meet what they need. And so to force everyone, especially people who don't have the money and the financial resources, to force them to go to a school that may not work for them, I don't think is looking out for the best interests of the students.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Just one final on your analogy, Mr. Ager. Do you believe if you take $100 million out of the public school system, that's going to make it better?
Yes, I absolutely do. Necessity is the mother of invention. We took consumers out of McDonald's by allowing Wendy's and Chick-fil-A. McDonald's didn't go away. They didn't go out of business. They didn't get worse. They got better. They rose to the challenge of the competition. The innovation from individual teachers, superintendents, school districts will drive a better environment for everyone. Competition breeds innovation, and innovation is paramount to public education.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, Mr. Ager, for being with us this morning and for taking my question. But we've had testimony here from the commissioner that about New Hampshire's public school student outcomes being, top 5, in the country. So I was just sort of wondering what you are talking about when you refer to the lowest common denominator.
So I was responding. Thank you for the question. I was responding to the previous legislator's question with respect to widgets versus students. But number 5 is good, but every single individual child is not in the top 5% or the top 5. And so why not allow them to do the best that they can do as an individual student? And why not allow that? It just seems to me we would absolutely want every individual student to find the best path for them. And if we can help by allowing them and helping them to go somewhere else at a much lower average cost than what we need to spend for our public students, why wouldn't we do that and have everyone do better? We can always do better. Everyone can do better.
Follow up on that, Mr. Chair? So when you refer to a much lower average cost, what are you referring to there?
I'm talking about the average cost per student versus what the allocation would be for students under HB 20.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ager.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Bonnie Dunham, and she's been promoted, so go ahead and unmute yourself.
There. Hi, I believe I'm unmuted now. Bonnie Dunham from Merrimack, New Hampshire, and I agree with the points that have been raised by others who oppose HB 20. I really fear that communities, school districts, and children remaining in public schools will pay dearly for HB 20. And I have 3 main reasons for opposing this bill. One is fiscal, and in addition to everything you've heard, HB 20 does not require a parent to withdraw a child from public school, and so a child who only becomes ineligible for an EFA if they attend a public school for more than half the time could conceivably attend a public school for 49% of the day, receiving any accommodations they need, such as an interpreter, maybe even special education, at the expense of the public school that has receiving no funds. Parent could also use an EFA to pay for an intensive short-term therapy or enrichment program and then re-enroll their child in the public school for the rest of the year. Again, no state aid available. And even if a child re-enrolls full-time, the EFA funds still stay available for the parent to use while the public school is educating their child. New Hampshire is experiencing unprecedented challenges. Is this really the best time to establish a costly program that some people want but don't need? It lacks accountability, doesn't include any performance accountability measures, only an annual satisfaction survey, doesn't require qualifications for providers, as you've heard, not even a criminal background check. While I know it's not the intent, with unqualified providers able to teach children with no follow-up accountability, I fear that for some children, HB 20 may become the Freedom from Education Act. It supports discrimination. It's very clear. They can't discriminate against providers. It's a different story about children. Children can be discriminated against, including on the basis of disability. And since the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, is exempt from the ADA, any private religious school could openly and explicitly discriminate against a child based on that child's disability. I've included the citation in my written testimony. It claims to expand opportunities for children, but by allowing this type of discrimination, it actually reduces opportunities for the most vulnerable groups of children. I really do not want to pay taxes to support private schools that can discriminate against my child, so please don't pass this bill. An earlier speaker.
Ms. Dunham, you have gone beyond your 2 minutes. Can you summarize, and then we will open it up to questions if you desire to take them.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question? If these people are calling in, do they see Representative Leon's little marker?
That's why I'm also having to, cut in and let them know that they've gone beyond. I'm trying to be courteous and allow them to go beyond a little bit and summarize.
But yes, and I realize that, and that's what I'm asking, but it seems like they're being muted mid-sentence, which to me is rude. I think that if you cut in at the end of a sentence when it's appropriate, it would be much better. I'm having problems with this process.
I had one sentence left.
We have, we're trying to do this the best we can. Representative Hobson has to, do the technology stuff over there after I give her the signal that we've gone beyond. And so we're trying to time it properly, but yes, it does sometimes come in the middle of the sentence, and I don't know how to fix that. It's the nature of having remote testimony.
Disrespectful.
So is Bonnie Dunham still there?
Yep, she is. She's unmuted.
Yes.
She-
Yes. I had one sentence left. I was halfway through my last sentence. If I could finish. So saying that there's no discrimination because people can choose where to send their schools, it's like saying whites only lunch counters were not discriminatory because people could choose to eat someplace else.
Thank you very much, Bonnie, and welcome. It's good to hear your voice again here at the Education Committee. Are you willing to take questions?
Absolutely.
Representative Lakis?
Yes, I was wondering if you knew that in here, one of the possible expenses is for public school courses, so that if a kid did go 49% of the time to the high school would have to be paid out of that educational freedom account.
I did read that. It wasn't clear though. And since RSA 193 allows children who are homeschooled or attending private schools to participate in extracurricular and co-curricular activities at their public school, it doesn't say that they have to pay for it.
Follow-ups?
Yes, you may.
The DOE does pay, the state does pay for those when a homeschooler goes to a high school, that's prorated, and that is paid for by the state.
If a child needs an interpreter, the state does not pay for that while they're attending that co-curricular class, for example.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dunham. Are there further questions?
Rep Mullen has her hand up.
Rep Mullen? Are you there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Dunham, for taking the question. Ms. Dunham, am I correct that you, in your professional capacity, serve as an advocate for parents who have special needs children?
Yes, I'm here as a private citizen, but I work at the Parent Information Center where I provide education and training for parents so that they can participate meaningfully in making decisions for their child in the special ed process.
Okay, so a follow-up, please, Mr. Chair. So I know that you can't answer this question with any kind of 100% accuracy, but is it your opinion that if parents were given funds and able to go out and choose their own provider for services, that they would have difficulty navigating how and who to choose?
Yes, I believe that that would be difficult, and particularly to ensure that all of their child's needs were met. It's a really emotional decision that people make, and sometimes things fall through the cracks, and then the public school will pick up the pieces if the child returns.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
See, Rep Myler has his hand up.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, thank you for taking my question, Ms. Dunham. In this bill, I believe that if a parent should choose to participate in this voucher program that has a special ed student, they give up any of their rights, both statewide and federally, for any assistance once they accept this voucher. If that is true, what might be some of the problems that a parent would incur as a result of making that choice?
First, it doesn't say that. It says that the scholarship organization would inform that they have lost rights, but it doesn't say that they do. And so that's not quite clear. And then if a parent places a child privately, and it's a nonprofit private school, the school district where that school is located still has some responsibility to serve that child, minimal responsibility, but some. And so I think parents would have a hard time grasping that concept completely about what they really are giving up, and then finding a way to make up for that using private funds. Those services are way more expensive than I think some people understand.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much, Bonnie.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunham. Next we have Karen Lloyd Hill. You've been promoted, so you can unmute. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Karen Leo Hill. I'm a 16-year city councilor in the city of Lebanon. I am here today in opposition to HB 20. I was actually homeschooled for high school myself, so I think I have an interesting perspective on this. My two daughters went to Lebanon public schools where they have had good experiences. It seems to me that some of the underlying motivation for this bill is to improve public education in New Hampshire. And I think that's actually something that many of us agree on. There's common ground on a lot of this. But in fact, if the motivation is to improve public education, then removing funding from the public schools is not the way to achieve this. We should be looking at how to actually address the inadequacies in our public schools and make those improvements. I want to underscore two particular points because I don't want to repeat what others have said. Last week, I heard Commissioner Edelblut speak about the 3-year, I think he called it a generous 3-year window before schools would start losing funding based on declining enrollment due to these EFAs. Well, in fact, schools are built, the investments for infrastructure usually require bonds that are over many decades, and those fixed costs are spread out over many decades. And there's this concept of intergenerational equity where all of us are contributing to the costs associated with providing public education. A 3-year window before schools start losing funds is not going to address the long-term investments and debt that schools have had to take on in order to provide those facilities. I know how precious taxpayer dollars are as a local official, and I know how devastating it will be as property taxes continue to rise due to HB 20. I also want to talk about the impact on vulnerable children. We have been facing, most parents, of course, are going to make good choices for their children and would certainly use funds to improve the situation for their children. But as makers, thank you. Can I just wrap? I'll just wrap by saying that as lawmakers, we also have to consider the most vulnerable and what will happen when some parents don't make the best choices and use the funds for other purposes. I encourage you all to think about the most vulnerable in our communities as you are taking a position on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Tanner, ask a question, please.
Thank you for taking my question. I was wondering if you could maybe tell us how you feel the public school system is a kind of a safety net for vulnerable children in your area.
Thank you so much, Representative Tanner. I think that when children are in schools, and there's been concern about this over this past year with remote learning, when children are in schools, there is in fact a great safety net around them. There are people who can notice what might be going on in someone's life. There might be people who notice bruising that might not, that shouldn't be there. There are people who notice, we know that that food scarcity is a real problem in New Hampshire. And there are people in schools who, schools are a source of food for a lot of students in New Hampshire. And there are people, the teachers, the paras, the school nurse, there's just a whole community of people, of other adults who are looking out for people. And I think we know in New Hampshire from over the last several years, the testimony about Child Protective Services and DCYF, that there are children who are vulnerable and who are being exploited. And I think that is a serious concern for this committee to think about with regard to this bill.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next we'll welcome in Mary Wilkie. Mary Wilkie, you've been promoted. Go ahead and speak, please.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking my testimony. I'm Mary Wilkie from Concord, and I oppose this bill. And I'll just make 2 quick points that I haven't heard made before. One is that the bill's supporters say there's nothing unconstitutional about sending public money to religious schools. And even if that's true, that doesn't make it good public policy. Textbooks used in some of the religious schools in New Hampshire say, for instance, that Catholics are practicing distorted Christianity. I don't think taxpayers who are Catholic should be required to pay for books that denounce their religion. And nor do I want to pay for books that teach children that men should dominate women. Secondly, supporters justify ESAs by saying they're for children who just aren't getting what they need in public school. But if that's the case, I wonder why the program is open even to children who have never stepped foot in a public school. Last year, I heard a parent testify in support of the Education Tax Credit Scholarship Program, which uses the same justification. She said that as soon as she learned about that program, she signed up all 8 of her children and sent them to private school. And it's hard for me to believe that not a single one of those 8 children could have gotten what they need in public school. I believe that the best way to help students who aren't getting what they need in their local school would be to focus on the thousands of students who live in poverty-poor towns, who are denied opportunities that their peers in wealthier towns have. A child whose school doesn't offer chemistry, foreign language, ELOs, or the arts is also not getting what she needs. These systemic inequities should be addressed before we create a whole new parallel system of publicly funded private schools. The state just spent $500,000 on a study by the School Funding Commission to address this problem, and I ask you to please turn your attention to their report instead of pushing for privatization programs like HB 20. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think we have a couple of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair, and thank you, Ms. Wilkie, for testifying. You mentioned a concern that some non-public schools may have some textbooks that would be may have material that some would not care for. Do you think that any proselytation or do you think any public schools currently have any textbooks that are of serious concern to some parents?
Thank you for your question. I'm not sure who's asking the question. I can't tell by looking at my screen, but.
So it's Representative Mike Moffett.
Oh, hi, thank you very much. I'm sure there are parents who disagree with some of the content, for instance, maybe some science content that might be in conflict with their religious beliefs, but at least public school curriculum has been approved by the state, and it's not a religious curriculum, which is different, I think. I also think that as a taxpayer, if I felt that a school was teaching something that was incorrect and that was proselytizing some religious belief, I could go to my school board, I could lobby them, I could run for school board. I have some options. I don't even know, I know I've read some of the textbooks that some of our private religious schools use, but I have no way of knowing what they're actually teaching, you know, as a person that you're asking to fund them. So that's a concern I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Bruno, no question?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Wilkie, for joining us this morning and for taking my question. But I was wondering, you mentioned, you talked about student inequities, and I was wondering if there's maybe if there's a correlation between poverty or incidence of poverty and student outcomes.
I'm a retired teacher, by the way. I don't think I said that. Yes, from what I've read, and I think Reaching Higher New Hampshire just did a big study about that student poverty is very highly correlated with poor outcomes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilkie.
Thank you.
Representative Moffett asked basically the same question I wanted to ask.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wilkie. Next, we have Charlie Hall. Charlie, you've been promoted, so go ahead and speak, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Education Committee members. My name is Charles Hall. I'm a resident of Nashua, New Hampshire, have been for over 60 years, 2 children through national school system and a grandson, and grandchildren and great-grandchildren currently in public school system across the state. I strongly support House Bill 20 because it provides the bridge between what we have to what we need. New Hampshire's demographics and student diversity require an educational system that will meet the needs of all students regardless of where they live or household income. This bill will help break the cycle of poverty to prison because well-educated students are more likely to be an asset to society rather than a burden. Students thrive in a learning environment that fits their needs. It builds confidence, self-reliance, and stability. The benefits of a well-educated student go way beyond the classroom. Well-educated population attracts businesses, good-paying jobs, lower crime rate, less need for low-income housing, to name a few. Parents in New Hampshire should never have to struggle to get an adequate education for their children. This bill provides the resources to help them educate their children. We can pick and choose the text and the merit of this bill, but I suggest you look closely at the benefits and future opportunity for our children. No one knows what is best for their children than their parents. Please vote yes so our children can become the best that they can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Take questions?
I don't think there are any questions.
Okay,
I don't
thank
see
you.
any hands raised.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, next we have Kim Carroll. Kim, you've been promoted. Go ahead and speak, please. Are you there? Okay. We will come back to you. Mr. Atherton? Oh, Kim, did you come on? Okay, sorry. Mr. Atherton, you've been promoted. Go ahead and speak, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. My name is John Atherton, and I have taught for over 40 years. So I have a lot of experience, and wide experience. I'd like to urge you to oppose HB 20 for several reasons. It uses taxpayers' money to pay for part of the cost to send children to private schools. States with comparable voucher systems, and it is a voucher system, whatever you want to call it, reveals the facts that the rich game the system and the poor get gamed. Private teachers need no certification whatsoever. There's no requirement to test your child's progress, and they can use our tax funds as so-called fees for anything they want. And a school gets full funds if they teach only 51% of the time. What is educational or fair about HB 20 outcomes? HB 20 redirects our taxes to opaque institutions without certification and a vague annual so-called review by a board that collects a whopping 10% of the EFA fees. In fact, HB 20 brags that private institutions have so-called maximum freedom to 1, determine your child's educational needs, and 2, set any curriculum without review. HB 20 requires neither open school board meetings nor any parent-teacher conferences. HB 20 supporters say parents, not professionals, should judge their child's educational needs. Parents may know a child's personal needs, but few know their academic needs. Too often, parents of children in unprofessional private schools find out too late that their child wasted precious months or years. Public school parents and children need real help, not the HB 20 scam. Reject HB 20 as bad for our children, bad for public schools, and bad for New Hampshire. Thank you very much. I appreciate your listening.
I don't see any questions. Okay, thank you, Mr. Atherton. Next, we have Nicole Valagrano. Go ahead, Nicole.
Hi
Welcome.
there, good morning. I want to say, first of all, thank you to the chair, to Chair Ladd, and thank you to the representatives on the Ed Committee. This is Nicolette Galagrano. I'm in Dover, New Hampshire. I have the perspective of somebody who's lived in many parts of the state. I was brought up in Monadnock. I attended a great public school there. I've lived in the Lakes region for 10 years, which is where I brought up my kids and first put them into public school. Now I'm in Dover, pursuing a work opportunity of my husband. So we've moved here to the Seacoast. We really love it here. We've loved it all across the state, though. I feel really privileged to have seen so many parts of our beautiful state. And I'm currently house hunting in New Hampshire. And I find when I'm looking at this bill that I'm trying to figure out what community I should be looking for. Should I be looking for a town that has a private school primarily because I would need to make use of it? Or should I be looking for a community that's away from homeschoolers because I should be worried about my tax dollars being siphoned out of the school district and the fact that my taxes will be on the chopping block? Or should I be looking for a community that has no private schools anywhere near it for the highest investment in the public school that I would most likely be sending my children to? It makes me nervous about how we're going to set our towns up. We already have an issue in this whole state concerning inequities caused by the public and natural resources of the communities. If you're a community that has a mountain or a lake or beachfront, then you have a robust and deep tax well to pull from. And if you don't have that, then you just have to keep raising taxes in hope of meeting the service needs of your community. It's unsustainable. And as a young family owner, who's looking to be a homeowner again, it's disconcerting. Further, I watched the last committee on this with Mr. Caradelli, who I see is not in with y'all today, but he made a pretty robust and I thought shocking claim to suggest that families of wealth who are already sending their children to private schools, that they wouldn't bother to take a $5,000 to $8,000 savings a year per child. And I don't know how he thinks people get money, but.
Ms. Grano?
Yes.
Okay, it's been 2 minutes. Wondering if you could testimony?
Yeah, that's it. I find it laughable to suggest that rich folks wouldn't take every single coupon of nearly $10,000 per child offered to them. It was a crazy claim then, and it should be brought up today, and it should be something that continues to be brought up because it was ridiculous. Please vote inexpedient to legislate on this and figure out a new way to fund school because this isn't working.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Grano. Next, we have Kara Maynard. You've been promoted. Go ahead, please. Thank you. Welcome to the Education Committee.
Thank you for having me. I also have my 3 children who would like to testify, so I'm going to try to go quickly. I just want to say that I was a product of the Manchester public school system. I graduated at 15 because they were unable to meet my needs for advanced education. And we chose to homeschool my children because the school systems couldn't support the needs that they had as well. We've homeschooled them, except for last year for a few months at a charter school since they were born. And the money that the state has allocated for my children is being used by the public school systems to educate other children. So if that allocation is supposed to be for my children, why haven't we been able to access it for classes and other things like that? If the school system is as efficient as they would like to say that they are, then how come they're not being able to meet the needs without the money that is being allocated for my children from my own taxes? So now I'm going to pass it over to my youngest daughter, who is 8. This is Emily. And
Hi.
Okay, go ahead. Read your testimony here.
I would love to take classes that would get me moving and healthier, like aerial silks, and I would love to go to programs that would help me learn about animals on farms and on site at places like Ocean Institute. I would love to attend classes both online and in person with places that help me learn about how to take care of the earth. I would love to visit museums and learn real life history in the places it happened, and I would love to have a new laptop that would help me to access online classes to be better learn how to navigate the world.
Your name.
Hi, I'm Leah Maynard, and I am testifying for the exact same reason that you all are. So, I am testifying because I believe the state money for education should follow the student. I would love to use my money allocated for me to enrich enrich my learning with classes in specialized science, arts, and classes like aerial silks and gymnastics. Those are not available to me at the public schools. I would be able to visit more historical sites and access educational opportunities on site. I would love to have a new laptop that has up-to-date specs for things like art creation, which is one of my passions. My goal is to keep working towards a career path and helping others, and the money that would follow in my homeschooling journey would give me the opportunity to be better adapt my education for needs and my life objectives.
One more kid.
Short, where
Nathan, I would love to get a new laptop or computer that would allow me to learn how to advance coding and programming. I'd love to access classes like guitar lessons and specialized computer classes. I'd love to play football, and there's no football program offered through our public school. I am interested in engineering, and I would love to be able to access robotics and engineering programs in the summer and during the school year. I would also like to be able to access mail in the programs like Thimble that offer coding and robotic kits with online classes and to assist with the kits. My dream is to be a programmer, and for such a specialized career path, the money that is set aside from the state for me would help me to reach those goals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Could you state your name?
Oh, geez.
Karen Maynard. Karen Maynard.
Kara, K-A-R-A. Kara, K-A-R-A. Yep, M-A-Y-N-A-R-D.
Someone has to mute, I think. I'm sorry. Okay. I think we're
Any
over.
questions, please? Okay, thank you.
I cannot, I guess. All right. Okay, next we have Esther Kennedy. Thank you for coming to education. Go ahead, please.
I just want to state up front that I'm against this bill. My name is Esther Kennedy. Not only am I the Director of Student Services for the Guilford Schools, I'm also a city councilwoman for Portsmouth. And today, I just want to ask you folks one question, or maybe five. Students on 504 plans, IEP students, foster care students, students with second languages, otherwise known as the SOL students, students that are homeless, students with mental health issues, students with behavior issues. How does this support those students? And I haven't figured it out, folks. In a public school, as an administrator for 22 years, working with students with services, I have to handle all these students, and I need funding to do it. And I don't see students in these categories going into this program. So I ask you, as my representatives, how are you going to make sure that everyone's treated equal? Everyone has access. I'm obligated under law to make sure, and that everyone's needs are met. I don't see how this program can do it. I am worried that a percentage of this program is going to an entity that's not being evaluated by anyone. I also am worried that who is going to evaluate these students to make sure they're learning? Who's going to make sure these students are safe? Because the other population that I haven't even brought up is students that are under, or they're being in court involved.
Please wrap it up, please.
I'll wrap it up. I want to thank you all, but I also want you to all think about these students. Thank you.
Any questions?
Rep. Lepus.
Representative Lepus.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I was wondering if all of those students that you mentioned, if their needs are currently being met by the traditional local public school, why would a parent remove them from that where things were working for them?
I do not believe a parent will remove them from my school. Many of our parents agree that their needs are being met.
Exactly.
However, I do believe that I don't have any students. I know someone used the term out-of-district placement. I don't have any students in my school district out-of-district place right now because we work really hard. But I do believe that if we're going to provide something that sends money to another place, it should be open to all people. And I haven't figured out how a child in foster care system will have access to this program. I haven't figured out how a family that has an ESOL student will have access to this program. So if our funding is going to go there, my tax dollars is going to go there, then everyone should be able to have access. So parents, if we're truly talking about choice, they should have choice. So if they want to leave my district to go, they should have it. But I think that you need to make sure we have to have access.
I guess I'm not sure what your point is. If needs are being met, as you said, and you don't have children wanting to go, I'm not sure what your objection is, because nobody's forcing people to go anyplace else. So it seems that the only people that would take this up would be people whose needs weren't being met. Am I wrong?
Oh, I don't think you're wrong, Representative. But what I do think that if a percentage of the district students in my district want to go that might not be in those categories, then that gives less money for those kids in my district to receive services. We won't have as much funding.
Okay, thank you.
Rep Tanner. Rep Tanner.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question, and thank you, Ms. Kennedy, for coming today. As you stated, you think that there would be less money to help these children that are left at school if in fact the ones that are left behind are the ones 504 IEP, that sort of thing. Do you think that funding based on distributing to schools based on not only economic status, but also the expense that may be incurred with students who need special services would be more fair?
I'm sorry, Representative Tanner, are you saying it would be more fair if they could go, or more fair if we didn't do this?
The funding would be more fair if it was distributed from the state based on outcomes and also on the real costs of educating students, students that are homeless, students that need IEPs, etc.
I think it would always be fair if we could distribute the appropriate funding from federal and state. There would be some more fairness, but I also believe that if we take from our districts, it'll become more difficult to fund those programs for our most needy children.
Thank you.
Rep Luno. Rep Luno.
Representative Luno, ask your question, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, and thank you, Ms. Kennedy, for joining us this morning. On page 4 of the bill, Roman 3, it says, the scholarship organizations shall ensure that parents of students with disabilities receive notice that participation in the EFA program is a parental placement.
I'm sorry, Representative Lunar, I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Oh, you can't hear me? I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So it on page 5, I'm sorry, page 4 of the bill, down at the bottom of the page on Roman 3, and I'm trying to read it on another screen, so I'm trying to get, be in proximity of the microphone and the text. It says the scholarship organization shall ensure that parents of students with disabilities receive notice that participation in the EFA program is a parental placement under 20 USC section 1412, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, along with an explanation of the rights that parentally placed students possess under IDEA and any applicable state laws. What does all that mean?
Well, I think what we need to say is that when a child is placed by a parent, it's questionable, depending on the situation, on whether the district has to support eventually making sure that placement meets the child's educational needs, or whether the district does not have to and the parent loses supports from the public school for the student with special needs. My concern is both ways. One is, if a parent is placed and we find that we have to provide, will that institution or will that placement be able to support the children with these needs? If we don't have to provide services, my concern is, will the child get the services they need to be successful? And will the parents in that other institution where the money's going provide a child and help them through their educational supports so they become a citizen that can actively participate in our society? And I think that's what we're all trying to do, is create citizens for the future.
Great, thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
None that I see.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony, and next.
Okay,
Thank
next
you all for your work.
next we have Lindsay Picard. Go ahead, Lindsay. I promoted you. Welcome to Education.
Good morning. Thank you. For the record, my name is Lindsay Picard. I am here today representing myself as a lifelong resident of New Hampshire and product of the public education system, as well as my district, which is SAU number 94, where I currently sit as the school board chair. Thank you for your time today and allowing me the opportunity to testify regarding my opposition to House Bill 20. Much of what I had written today has already been stated, so in order to be as efficient as possible, I will just provide one little analogy and then some support. The education funding issue in New Hampshire kind of reads like a yo-yo diet blog. Since the Claremont decision more than 20 years ago and to date, residents of New Hampshire have been losing and gaining valuable funding for their respective districts, kind of like we've been watching infomercials on how to get education funding quickly. The legislation has pitched quick fixes like annual stopgaps to current budget losses, and some of my favorites, like last year, the gimmick one-time infrastructure adequacy aid. Don't get used to it, it'll be gone next year. If you're me, you can almost hear that in Billy Mays' voice pitching his cell at 2 a.m. Ultimately, there has been some phenomenal data provided by Barrett Christina from the New Hampshire School Board Association, as well as some really good information from Mayor Jim Donchis. I apologize if I mispronounced his last name, and some information from general residents, some with retired teachers, some longtime council people within our great state. The bottom line is this. While I agree that there will never be a one-size-fits-all, I urge you at this level to ITL this bill and work harder to solve the original problem, the education funding formula for the state of New Hampshire. If we put half as much effort into solving that problem, perhaps the public education system would have a greater ability to meet the needs of all of the students and families. When I listened to this hearing last week, I noted that at that time, there were approximately 600 in favor and over 3,000 opposed to the bill. I think that gives us a pretty good snapshot as to the benefits of public education, and yet does highlight a need to do even better, which is, I think, something that we're all striving for in the end. Thank you for your time. I will submit my full testimony in writing because, like I said, most of it is repeated.
Representative Moffett, ask a question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair, and thank you, Ms. Picard. I don't notice from your testimony, from your comments, that you have obviously a history and commitment to public education, as I think do most of us as well. You being a school board member, but I'd like to ask you, and I would ask others this too as we go on, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, even the 1990s, they just seem to be, to me, and I was around for those decades, such a broad basis of support for public schools that I have seen change. I think we've all seen change. Ergo, we have these movements for homeschooling and for school choice and movement to private schools. Can you share maybe just one insight as to why this major change has come about in terms of attitudes and support for public schools, you being a board member?
So just to clarify, you're wondering if I have some insight as to why there's been a shift in such dedication to public education versus opportunities for other education.
Sure. If you could just maybe give us one insight from your perspective as to why there's been such a dramatic shift in attitudes in the last couple decades.
I think technology has a lot to do with our shift in that focus. We have such a great ability to be in touch with opportunities outside of just our immediate community, our ability to tap into other states, other countries, other people that we might not have a relationship with in our immediate community, I think has opened up the eyes to many that we could have a better way of educating youth across the board and across the country.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Rep. Luno.
Representative Luno, ask a
Thank
question.
you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Picard, for joining us this morning and for your work on the Winchester SAU 94 board. Boy, the folks in Winchester work really hard to support their schools, tax rate close to $35 per thousand. You talked about looking at other approaches for funding public education, and would you believe that that another approach could continue to support the high quality school system that you operate, and reduce the property tax on Winchester property taxpayers by more than $12 per thousand?
Well, if you're speaking about SB 158, I already have a note here that I am absolutely interested in learning more about alternatives. I think that our tax rate actually, it is indicative of a property poor area of New Hampshire. And on the surface, it looks like we are indeed offering above and beyond an adequate education, but really that tax rate only shows you what we're able to scrape by because of our area and our, we don't have a mountain. We don't have another revenue generating opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Picard.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Mr. Woodcock. Representative Woodcock.
Representative Woodcock, ask your question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Ms. Picard, thank you for taking my question, and I appreciate the fact that you've been listening because my comments go to a prior speaker. You indicated that you think the problem with the education system is the bouncing of the financial ball and how we fund education, and that should be how we address this. Although the prior speaker indicated that French fries, McDonald's, and competition and widgets was the way to go. So I want to know if you had a response to that.
Yeah, I do indeed. Actually, I've heard something similar along a lot of this testimony. I have been listening for many hours to it. I think it's a travesty that we are making decisions about education, driving it on profit. When somebody profits from education, there stands to be a loss to another party. So I think when we're profitizing and making education how much money we can make from school, that we are running a very dangerous line of properly educating our youth.
Thank you, Ms. Picard, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Picard.
Thank you, Mr.
Our next speaker is Derek Tremblay. Go ahead, Derek.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, House Committee. I understand that you are also in receipt of perhaps 2 of my written testimonies. And in the effort to make use of the time, I do want to echo much of what Ms. Kate Baker Demers mentioned to start the day. And then I thought it might be helpful, so I have to identify who I am as well. Sorry about that. I am the headmaster of Mount Royal Academy. I'm a resident of Goshen. We are a private Catholic independent school. We are also incorporated as a nonprofit 501c3. And according to the Attorney General, because we just barely make more than $1 million a year in our gross receipts, we are subject to a financial audit to make sure that we are accountable, at least in a fiscal sense. Our budget, just in case people don't know how private schools operate sometimes, we spend about $1.1 million a year in tuition revenue. We take in anywhere between $650,000 and $700,000 a year. And then because of the amount of need-based financial aid we give out, we have to fundraise anywhere between $350,000 and $450,000 a year. So it's a very tight operation in that sense. I do want to read from our policy regarding discrimination, since that's been a huge part of the conversation. I hope that you will hear the authenticity of my mouth and my language, because I don't know that people are really hearing that we don't discriminate. And so I'm just going to read this for you, okay? It says, "We welcome students of any race, creed, color, and national or ethnic origin, each student is entitled to the same rights, privileges, programs, and activities available to all students of the school. We do not discriminate on the basis of race, color, or national and ethnic origin in the administration of any of our policies. And then on top of that too, because I think discrimination usually pivots on, are we open to accepting students who may be of a higher, learning need, who have needs that require more work, more effort, more attention, and we certainly are. A nice element of our reopening plan, because we wanted to stay in person, was that we hired more paraeducators, which is.
Tremblay, can you please wrap it up?
Yes, I will wrap up and just say that we do serve students who are on any type of IEP, ISP 504 plan. Thank you.
We have a question from Representative Woodcock.
Yeah, I'm open to that question. Thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes, Representative Milo had his hand up before me. I'll yield to him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Mr. Trump, I'm assuming that you have reviewed House Bill 20. And would you agree that there is no anti-discrimination language in this bill as it sits right now? Is that correct? And I've got a follow-up too.
All right, thank you. So to my knowledge, Representative, the way the funding works is it funds the child, not the school. And it funds the family, not the school. So I would imagine that that's not in the bill, because it's not about the school as much as it's about the child.
Thank you very much. You're correct in that. And I think that's one of the ways that there's an attempt here to get around the issue of anti-discrimination language. But here's the other question I have. Do you think that it's appropriate that if I send my child to a Christian school and they discover that my child is gay and they dismiss him from that school, do you think that's appropriate, using tax dollars to fund that tuition?
Well, so again, I want to make sure that it goes to the child first. To answer that question, I mean, our mission is that we believe all children are made in the image and likeness of God, and that they should be treated therefore as such. So dismissal on grounds such as those that you mentioned would not really, I think, be a good way of treating that child. I think that there needs to be a conversation with the parents in which, it shouldn't go there. I guess I'm gonna leave it there, if that's okay. I hope that keeps it nice and short and simple for you.
Yeah, and I think that's the issue that I have, because if I want my child to have a Christian education, but they happen to be transgender, for example, and they're rejected using tax dollars, do you think that's fair?
I think that, at least I'll speak from our school. Is that okay? And how we would handle it?
That's correct. Okay.
Yeah, I'll speak from our school, because I want people to hear. There's a lot of allegations out there about how we think, right? We have to work with all state laws and regulations, and I think that we also need to act on a higher plane than that too. But fundamentally, we will work with any parent and student who desire to come to our school.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions?
Representative Woodcock has his hand raised, and Representative Mullen.
Representative Woodcock?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Tremblay, thank you for taking my question. I started to write down when you were speaking, you're private, Catholic, independent, 501c3, and I started to write down your goals, your mission piece, and I get to the race, color, national origin. But I didn't hear anything there about students who are gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender. I heard none of that in your statement about mission acceptance. So if my daughter, who's transgender, wanted to attend your school and made that, or my son made that aware of you to you and your admissions board prior to admission, would you accept them?
So let me be clear. I guess it's kind of the same answer as the last time, if that's okay. We will work with any parent and child who genuinely desires to come to our school. And usually what we find, sir, to Representative, is they want to come to our school because they believe in our mission. They want to come to our school because they're seeking placement here. So I think that that's like the bigger conversation, rather than just trying to say it's about this other thing. And that's been our experience. I've been here for 10 years, Representative. Every parent that I've seen, they want to send their child here. And then we work with them to the extent that they want to send their child here because they believe in the mission of the school.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
So your answer then is that you would not exclude my son or daughter if you knew going in they were transgender?
I'm just going to say it this way. If they want to be here, then I know that they believe in the mission of the school. So we will work with them to the extent that they believe in the mission of the school and they want to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Rowland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Tremblay, for taking my question. You advertise yourself as a Catholic school, so I have a two-part question. One is, do you have an obligation to upholding the beliefs and practices of the Catholic Church in your governance? And two, what role do parents play in the governance of your school? In other words, if Representative Woodcock's transgender daughter is at your school, is there some sort of governance board that could weigh in on whether or not that child is in attendance?
Yeah. Can I go with the second question first? So
sure.
Yeah, we do have an independent board of directors that I report to. And as because we're incorporated in the state of New Hampshire as a 501c3, they have to, I think, live within a certain geographic area of where we are. We have policies and procedures much like public schools because some of those are just really good practices. And parents are very involved. It's actually interesting here. A lot of people wonder why we don't have a PTO of some kind, and that's because parents are here every day. And that is the nature of a partnership in this setting between a private school and those parents. The parents obviously are sacrificing to send their child there. And to your other question, I believe about upholding the teachings of the Catholic Church. Is that correct? That was the first one? Yeah. Yeah, so we're very authentic in that, and we're faithful in that sense. And we do believe in the fullness of what the church teaches. We get the question all the time, and I've done probably thousands of tours before, you would imagine. Do I have to be this to be here? And we always say, no, we are who we are. And if the church is universal, we love all people. And if you really desire to be here, then I'm sure you're going to want to work with us and we're going to want to work with you. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Representative Leon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Tremblay, for taking my question. First, if I may, I'd like to thank you thank the Catholic schools on behalf of my atheist friends who attend, because I know quite a few atheists that actually delight in going to Catholic schools. My question is, if you're aware of I think it said Gleason, the gay, lesbian, and straight education network work that they've done over the last 2 decades. And their most recent 2020 survey showed a higher rate of bullying, harassment, and assault of LGBTQ students in public district schools and private religious schools. And I'm wondering if you're seeing students coming from the public schools in order to be safer within your halls.
Yeah, I don't know if I could speak to the specifics of like, are they because of their treatment and perhaps some of what they're dealing with, is that why they come here? Yeah, but we do have children who come here because I could tell that they fear if they were in a public school, they would be treated differently. That's not every child who comes here though. And I guess I don't want to say that it's always the case that in those 4 walls that are not these 4 walls, these things are going to happen, right? But we do have anecdotal situations where students come here because they feel safer here.
Thank you.
Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair, and thank you, Mr. Tremblay, for testifying and taking time to be here. The Blaine Amendment, I'm sure you're familiar with, goes back to the 1880s, and many states, including New Hampshire, have versions of the Blaine Amendment, which precludes public money to go to sectarian Catholics. Basically, he's aimed at Catholics schools. It was probably a great example of 19th century prejudice. Now, the Espinoza versus Montana case last year, U.S. Supreme Court has overturned that, so there's a whole new landscape of which I'm sure you're quite familiar. But my question is, are you aware that Canada has a very long tradition of directing public money to Catholic schools? Did you know that?
Yeah, so I'm aware of that. I'm aware that America may be one of the few countries that do not take advantage of the Catholic school system. Most of Europe has traditionally, probably Canada does. The Blaine amendments, I'm also aware of. The good thing is that you are all elected to discuss those very weighty things all the time. I'm just trying to educate children. So, yeah, and obviously you could make the argument that's a double standard and things like that. But for me, we're just trying to do the next right thing by the kid who comes in front of us.
So I'll take that as a yes. You do know that Canada gives public money to Catholic schools. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I am aware of that. And in America, I'll say this is one of the few that, I mean, just statewide, we don't have a uniform policy on that at a federal level for sure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tremblay. I'm gonna wrap up the questions because we need to move on.
Okay. Do you see that Rep. Lay has his hand up? Rep. Lay,
But we
gonna move on?
move on.
Thank you, Mr. Tremblay.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, and next, we have Miss Leslie Want. Go ahead, Leslie, you're next up on education.
Thank you.
Oops, I'm sorry. Sorry, Leslie, 1 minute, please. Oh, gosh. She's coming. No, I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry, Miss Want. Go ahead, please.
That's okay. That scared me. I've been on here for 6.5 hours now since between last week and today. I thought, oh my gosh, it was my turn, and there I go. Anyway.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
All right. It's Zoom, right? Yeah.
Go ahead,
so-
please.
Leslie, we can't hear you.
Sorry?
We can't hear you. If she can turn off her video, we might hear her.
Oh, sure.
Maybe if you turn off your video.
Try that.
Does that help? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you, committee, for hearing my testimony. My name is Leslie Want, and I am the vice chair of the Board of School Committee here in Manchester, New Hampshire. And I'm here to express my deep concern over House Bill 20 and its certain impact on public education in New Hampshire, and more specifically, the detrimental effect it will have on the Manchester public school system. Our school district is already facing a precipitous budget shortfall due to already declining enrollment, predominantly due to the pandemic, as well as a substantial $2.6 million increase in retirement costs from the state. The New Hampshire School Funding Commission has highlighted the fact that the current school funding system has created vast inequities between communities all across our state, and highlighted how many local taxpayers are expected to compensate for lack of wealth in their community in order to provide their children with the same adequate education as a wealthier community. This is further exacerbated in the state's largest city, where we have a tax cap that prevents investment in schools, even when there's a surplus in revenue. House Bill 20 will widen these inequities and create large populations of children finding themselves further from educational and economic opportunity by diverting funding from our public schools to private schools and homeschoolers. Unfortunately, the family of a Beach Street school student, the poorest school in New Hampshire, as far as a high percentage of students with free and reduced lunch, will most likely not be able to afford the remainder of a tuition bill after applying their ESA funds, and the private school will still remain out of reach. The children will then remain at Beach Street, but with far fewer resources for that school to use for multi-tiered systems of support, textbooks, and teachers. This bill will leave New Hampshire's already struggling public schools with larger class sizes, fewer supports, and no ability to address outdated school buildings, thereby creating a greater disparity between the haves and the have-nots. The disparity disproportionately impacts communities of color and is a form of discrimination. Why not spend our energy and our time and resources to fix education for all New Hampshire students. Let's, if you feel public schools are falling short, don't sell them out, but instead shore them up. Let's work to make them the best in the nation, because New Hampshire could do that with the support of all of its leaders.
Thank you. You've exceeded the time much. Do we have any questions? Representative Moffat.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Thank you, Ms. Warren, for your testimony. I just got a text message from a Manchester resident, I guess a former school official, and she just wanted us to ask you about the Manchester budget being millions of dollars over the tax cap, despite 1,000 kids pulling out of the district. This is from her message, so I don't know if those are the right numbers, but could you speak to being millions of dollars over the tax cap despite 1,000 kids pulling out of the district?
How is that relevant?
Yeah, I'm a little bit questioning the question as
Well,
well.
Dr.
Tax cap is not I'm sorry. It doesn't really, the tax cap.
This seems like a non-germane
Yeah, this is
question.
not relevant to the to HB 20 whatsoever.
Right.
You've overruled other questions, so I would suggest this is not relevant whatsoever.
Mr. Chairman, how is this relevant? It's great. I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I passed this question, and I believe the intent of this message that was just sent to me had to do with the the current efficiency and efficacy of the public schools in Ms. Want's district, and to give her a chance to speak to
And
that.
that person should call her up and ask her, not.
I'd be happy to address this. So
Thank you.
We have the lowest per pupil spending in the entire state of any school district that maintains elementary, middle, and high schools. We are incredibly underfunded, given the fact that our students have the greatest needs. We have the highest percentages of students with free and reduced lunch, the highest number of students that are English language learners, and also the highest percentage of students that are special needs students. So we have a great number of needs in Manchester, and they have been undermet, not because of the local taxpayer. The local taxpayer has done their share. We have tried very hard, but it is difficult when you do have a tax cap, for one, and when you don't have the resources like previous speakers have said. We don't have a lake near us. We don't have high property valuation. So because we are sort of middle road property valuation, the amount our taxpayers pay in order to fund an adequate education in Manchester is considerable and inadequate still.
Thank you very much for that useful perspective. Appreciate it.
Representative Mullen, you have a question?
Luna.
I'm sorry, Representative Luna, you have a question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Want, for being with us today and for all of your efforts on the Manchester School Committee. That's a very important job. And one of the things you referred to in your testimony was this projected reduction in the state grant to the Manchester School District in the amount of about $12 million. And I was wondering if you could sort of speak to that and the importance of House Bill 623 and Senate Bill 145 in addressing that shortfall.
Sure. So any money that Manchester gets is sorely needed. I will say, though, that the money that comes in through some of these bills is one-time money and doesn't help fix a lot of our problems, which are staffing problems and programmatic problems, and not one-time spending problems. So I will say it concerns me when we want to solve problems in New Hampshire, less by looking at the overall way we fund public schools and look more at one-time solutions of like throwing this little bag of money at a problem and that little bag of money at a problem. Not that millions of dollars is a little bag of money, but it doesn't begin to compare to the the issues that we face in order to give all of our students the best education possible, an equitable education.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wong.
Representative Shaw, you have a question?
Yes, it's a would you believe, but first of all, Leslie is one of the finest school board members that we've ever had in Manchester. And I have great respect for her and what she believes in and how hard she works for the students and the teachers in Manchester. And she's also a friend. And Leslie, it's good to have you here. I'd like to just kind of, would you believe with you, would you believe that if we had a good adequacy funding formula that was consistent and that was providing the amounts of money throughout the state, that education would improve all over the state, including Manchester? And then if that were in place and if that was happening, then school choice would have a place somewhere along the line, but it would not be taking away from the students and the education throughout our state.
Thank you, Barbara, for the question. And
You
point
stop, please.
I can't hear you, hon.
So Representative Shaw, thank you for the question. And can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to say, I think if we adequately funded education across the state, that then school choice could occur even within our own district. We have 22 schools. I think if they were all adequately funded and a school down on Beach Street wasn't different than a school on Smith Road, that we could allow, even school choice within our school district, which it doesn't happen now. I believe that students need to have what each individual student needs. Charter schools are fine, they're public schools, but I think giving money to private schools and homeschools is foolhardy. And I have to say, on a personal note, as a person who's taught religious ed in the Catholic Church at the cathedral here for 23 years, I do not want my tax dollars spent on Catholic schools. Sending kids to Catholic schools.
Thanks, Leslie.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Thank you, Ms. Want. Okay, next speaker is Lily. And I believe Lily Williams is your last name. You've been promoted. Go ahead and speak. Thank you.
And please keep your testimony to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Lily Tang Williams. I'm new in New Hampshire, moved here from Colorado. And also I grew up in China. You all know People's Republic of China, where parents had no choices. We had only one school to go to, the government schools. And homeschools were recently banned, even though there were only a small amount of students who could not get adequate education and who have health, mental issues to stay home to be homeschooled. So anyway, lots of immigrants came to America. I just want to tell you that because America is still the shining hill on the city for freedom, that freedom includes freedom to choose. Parental rights are the fundamental rights. Otherwise, our kids would be just like China, belong to the state, belong to the villages. Then you have the certain political class of people to determine that what they should learn, how they should learn. Instead of our kids should be focused our education. The quality education today is no longer, I feel like, the focus of our public schools. We have seen enough of that during the shutdowns, right? There are lots of kids stuck at home, cannot get adequate education, except the rich. Like Governor Newsom can send his kids go to private schools in person, but our public school kids, lots of immigrant kids are stuck at home and have a mental crisis. And their parents had to work, left them home alone. So there are lots of stories like that. So this is New Hampshire. I just wanted to share my story with you that you will see America and still a country for freedom to choose and still for parents' rights. We are not China yet. So I strongly support this bill and I urge you to vote for this bill. If you're happy, stay with where you are in public school, but the people who are not happy, especially the people who need money to do the choices, they need make that decision for themselves. We're not here to judge parents what they want for their kid, because you don't know their kid. They know their kid and the kids belong to the parents. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be very happy to answer that.
Thank you, Lily. Do we have any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony and being here today.
We were gonna take a break.
Yeah, we
right
were going
now?
to take a break. I'm not sure how long that break will be for, but
Want to say 12:30? At this point, it's 12:10.
make it a half an hour.
Yeah.
Make it 30 minutes for our break. And so we'll see you about 12:40.
I apologize for my English. I think I say something wrong. It should be the shining city on the hill, right?
Yes.
Instead of shining hill on the city. Sorry about that. It's my English is my second language.
Thank you.
I do that with my first language. Okay, let's see. 12:45, did we say?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna tell Jen.
Ah, you brought yourself a big one. I'm sorry. I
Mike,
always ask questions.
Representative Moffett,
When,
would you check on
I
our
asked you that
Zoom?
before. Sorry.
Oh, never mind, I'll do it.
Mary Griffith.
Derek
One of the
Camellia.
sweetest, most lovable.
Maynard came on.
Yeah.
Well, we had one.
I've known her since I've been here.
We had that woman with
21
3 kids. She came on.
And she just is.
There's another
wonderful.
Maynard
We've
here
been to
who is,
bingo, with her. I used to go
Yeah,
to the
so
same
they
place
came on.
she did, And her friend that she
Diane Murphy,
was
no, where she?
close to for so long.
Hold on, I should go mute.
But she's such a nice lady. She has so much physical ability. I think it's the dancing. Jesus Christ. It went well. Well, good.
That wasn't my testimony, that was in Rule's testimony. That contradicts what he wanted you to testify about what the force bill. I told him, I thought, I wrote Jeff and Jason, all of them, and said, "Look, I think this is a bad idea to put this in legislation and go after them in legislation.
Yeah.
It's a better idea to go after them with a public letter or something like that, that says something like this.
Okay,
And that's, I think,
so what did they say? Yeah,
they didn't say anything, I didn't, it's kind of jumbled.
yeah, it was kind of weird. Watch it. We've had 2 jumping girls. We need to show you some, get you some Mexican jumping beans. Look at you. Okay, I'm gonna get a quick bite to eat because I've got, okay,
Did you get through?
I'm gonna go do that right now, and I wanted to get the file, that's what I came out here for, because I have my information on there to log in, okay, to my GM, right there it is. Okay. So, just so you know, I'm taking this file now. I'm gonna put everything in here, so it's all here, including this stuff. Okay. I would love to, darling, but I can't, okay? Tonight I can be a giant, okay? I gotta go upstairs with Sadie to change your diaper, okay?
Running away from her parents' legs.
in case you want to use it, but
No, yeah, that box over there with chocolate chips.
Our flagpole is that many. I love it.
Oh, you're trying to get pictures of the school
Yeah.
too.
I don't know how to,
I figured it was a shot.
Yes.
And anything that didn't work, you could delete.
Let's try something here.
I'll tell you, my iPhone's too small. My fingers will trade the keys. I need something with big keys.
I do have a woman who texted me, and I'm wondering if I can, she's a member of the public, can she go, so, or no? Just, yeah. Okay. I can tell.
It doesn't work.
Oh, yeah, my screen's turned. My lens. Usually tells you. Let's see. Are we ready to go?
I'm waiting for Jen to take her.
So I gotta go back up that.
Oh.
Yeah, where it is.
Nope, I told her 12:45.
Yeah. Probably because, no.
So close, they
That's why I like this one. I haven't got music.
For
Uh-huh.
pizza, one left.
Oh, that's nice. That's easy. That's really
Right,
good.
I think.
I just texted her and asked her if she would take
But
down,
this just,
are you,
No,
it's a great way to do it, so.
sometimes it tells me the screen.
Well, it should be really basic from the committee members. One list.
Thank you.
So I have to wear
Thank
this.
you very much.
Thank you, Jen.
Can everybody hear us out there?
Okay, everybody ready for the next speaker? Oh, I'm
We
sorry.
have audio with people that are remote. Representative Ford, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Ford. Now,
Oops, where did she go?
okay, I'd like to go ahead with HB 20, our House hearing. We will continue down the list, which is people that signed up to speak today. Following that, we'll bounce back to the list we had the other day and try to work through it, finding the people, see if they're with us or not with us. So with that, Representative Hobson, who do we have next that's one of today's signups?
We have Kelly Potenza. She signed up last week. I'm sorry, I already queued her up when
That's
you.
fine.
Okay,
Let's just get it going.
go ahead, Ms. Potenza, you're welcome to education.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
I had prepared my own statement, but a fellow friend of mine that is a school teacher actually asked me to read her statement. And just the reason why is mainly because for fear of retribution, she can't say this on her own because she's. I'm writing, so this is good afternoon. I'm writing to share with you why after 15 years of teaching in the New Hampshire school system, I am in total support of HB 20. I'm a decorated teacher holding multiple degrees, certifications, and many years of experience working within several of my district's professional committees. I am a mentor teacher within the district where I am often paired up with newly hired educators, and I have also opened my classroom up to college level students. I've had the pleasure of teaching across several different grade levels, and I also teach education classes for one of the state's well-known universities. To say that education is a part of who I am would be an understatement. I feel it is important that this be known by all in attendance today, and that it is there, and that there has been a major shift in education in the last 3 to 5 years, and that this shift is trending away from concrete instruction and shifting towards a focus more on the students' social emotional needs / behaviors and teachers learning and implementing instructional programs. It is my opinion that we have especially moved away from decomposing standards, time well spent in collaborative meetings, awareness of what students need to know by the end of the year, along with rigorous direct instruction, to teaching educators how to teach programs and curriculums that move students along far too quickly and leave zero time for managing small group instruction, which would be specific to students' needs. Our Title I programs don't move students through quickly. I don't believe the model is being implemented the way it should be, and classroom teachers are not able to give skilled, specific instruction to students with gaps due to an overwhelmingly full plate of this concept of more, more, more. These children are becoming lifelong Title Iers instead of solidifying unknowns and moving on with grade level instruction. Students are continuing to fall farther and farther behind year after year, and schools are just allowing this and sending them through to the next year. Teachers are learning something new every couple of years instead of mastering quality instruction for the standards they are responsible for at their grade level. Districts are spending...
I'm sorry, your time has expired. We're happy to receive the remainder of the testimony by email.
All right, I will send it to you via email. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are you willing to take questions?
Yeah, I'll take questions.
Ready for Kelly? Yes, do you have a question?
I do, yes.
Representative Haas?
Yes, thank you for taking my question, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, Ms. Potenza, if, I don't want to assume, but you're feeling the same sentiments? Are you an educator?
I'm not an educator, but I'm feeling the exact same sentiments. My personal testimony was going to be more so of what I've had to deal with in regards with my own 2 children, and just knowing that I know that school choice is essential and it really needs to come from parents. There was another statement I was going to read from my girlfriend that is a former teacher. She just left during the pandemic in Rochester. She's a math teacher, and she literally says the same exact things that are here, and was there working in that system for the last 5 years. And the stories are absolutely appalling. And this really isn't at all about vouchers and taking anything away from the public schools. And I believe there are so many amazing public school teachers that want this too. So this is about choice, and this is about what's best for kids. And that's why it needs to happen. Something needs to change here, and maybe this will make things change.
Ms. Potenza, would you please submit that written testimony to the clerk, Representative Barbara Shaw here, and we'll make sure that gets in the record. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'm looking for the next speaker. Okay, we do have Louise Spencer. Okay, go ahead. Ms. Spencer.
Okay, we're trying to inform all folks that are testifying that we're trying to keep the testimony down to 2 minutes. And then there'll be a period following the 2 minutes available for questions from the committee. If the person presenting responds and says, yes, I'll take the questions.
Oh, you did, okay.
Is she there?
Yep, she's there. You can unmute Ms. Spencer. There she goes. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my testimony today, and to all of the committee members for listening to the public's viewpoints on this bill. I think this bill should be called the Dismantle Public Schools Act, because with New Hampshire school districts facing unprecedented challenges due to the current funding crisis and the added burdens of COVID, we're talking about pulling money out of that very stressed system. We're in a perfect storm, and this bill, quite frankly, could be the gust of wind that wipes some of our smaller local schools right off the map. I keep hearing that zip code should not define a child's future, and I completely agree with this sentiment. I just come to a very different conclusion about how we best serve each child. I believe we do that by investing our resources, funding, and energy into making public schools the very best they can be, and not diverting tax dollars only when necessary to meet very specific needs of individual children. Shouldn't all our kids have internet and computer enrichment opportunities and engaged learning? I don't want to see these things just reserved for those who might have parents that can help them navigate school vouchers. As a taxpayer, I request that this committee seek independent financial analysis of this bill's impact. The scenarios presented by Commissioner Edelblut seemed wildly unrealistic to me. Why wouldn't every parent with a child currently homeschooling or in private schools, and we heard 20,000 today approximately, why wouldn't they apply for this money and withdraw it from our local districts? As Finance Chairman Neil Kirk said in reference to SB 193, and that was a bill that was much more conservative in breadth than HB 20 after it went through committee, he said, "I was not elected to downshift costs on my constituents, so I cannot support this bill." I think that applies to HB 20, I'm sorry. And I would just say that to those who vote for this bill, that they lose the claim to be fiscal conservatives or defenders of the New Hampshire taxpayer, because this bill diverts money right away from taxpayers and shifts the cost down to local districts. So I thank you for taking my testimony. I will be happy to take any questions.
Ms. Spencer, are there questions? Seeing no hands, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Scott Gross. Mr. Gross, go right ahead. Welcome to education. I don't have him. Did you have him this? Oh, you know what? I think you're right. Mr. Gross, I'm sorry. I did have you as already having testified, so I'm going to put you back. Sorry about that. Let's see. We have okay, Doris Cohensey. I see that you're scheduled to speak. You've been promoted. Go ahead, please. Are you available to talk?
I just had to figure out how to unmute it. The whole screen went blank and then I came back. Very strange. I'm Doris Hohensee. I'm a mother of 6. I homeschooled my kids.
Could you speak up, please? We can't hear you.
Okay. My name is Doris Hohensee. I'm a mother of 6 homeschooled children. I'm a former board member from Nashua representing myself. I favor choice, but I oppose this bill. It undermines the independence of private education. It will, it has to. It's our tax dollars. We need accountability. It will also introduce an income tax or broad-based tax because you're adding $100 million to the adequacy of private education. So this is not the solution. This is a centralized solution. We need to decentralize. I believe in the public schools, and I believe there's a model in Canada, Edmonton, Canada, that has an alternate learning program that's been in operation for 25 years. They have listed online, and in my testimony, which I submitted, I've got the link, there's over 27 programs that they've got from arts to music to bilingual education to science, where they have choice in the schools. They have communities of parents and they set them up. I'd recommend that we have little school boards over each school building and we create those communities, create the choice that parents are looking for, because they're screaming to get out of the schools, especially with remote. They're screaming to get out because they see what the kids are learning in terms of social and emotional learning instead of basic academics. So some want out, they want alternatives. Give it to them in the schools. We don't have to continue with this centralized approach. You need a limited choice, a voice right there at your schools. I'm sorry, I guess I'm done. Oh, I got 15 seconds. When we fixed the home education law, it went from 1990 to 2012. It took 22 years for parents to join together to fix that. Parents can't fix this. You have to enable them to have a voice to fix their own schools. And that's what I'd like to do.
Thank you very much, Doris. Are you willing to take questions?
Sure.
Questions from the committee? Yes.
I don't see any.
Thank you very much, Doris. I don't see any committee members asking questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so next we have Natalie Cuevo. You've been promoted. Go ahead, please, and unmute.
Is my volume okay, committee?
Yes, that's great.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Natalie Quevedo, and I am from Winchester. I am testifying on behalf of myself, and I'm in opposition to this bill, HB 20. Our school budget in town was cut by $1.6 million last year by a group of people whose mentality and goal is to have zero government control throughout the state. This bill supports that effort, zero government control, which is spelled out in the bill under 194E-7 Roman numeral 2. Our town is still fighting to this day with each other over that cut. Passing this bill will tear our community apart further by supporting their efforts in giving money to private schools under the mask of a savings account. This bill takes our children and divides them into private institutions by throwing money at parents in hopes of them leaving the public education system. It is also not appealing to lower income individuals like most of the folks in Winchester who may not have a way to get their children to a private school, or their child who may not even be accepted to the school either. This bill basically segregates our population in Winchester and tears our community apart, stripping every child of their connection to their neighbors, community, and the government as a whole. This bill also devalues our long history of education, an institution older than anyone listening to me speak right now. Our history needs to be saved. This bill will hurt our school, and it is just another nail in the coffin of killing the Winchester's public school system. I would think that in a room of elected officials that you would agree that this bill effectively takes away the control of the governing bodies of New Hampshire and puts our tax dollars, taxpayer money into the hands of private institutions, which is exactly what that group in our town aimed to do when they cut Winchester's school budget. The gentleman who spoke earlier mentioned that the Catholic school system does not discriminate. What that does not mean is that they do not indoctrinate. So in the town like Winchester, whose schools will shut down, that means that our low-income students will have no other choice but to attend a private school while they will try to indoctrinate them with their values and missions, thus not supporting a free and fair education without discrimination. There is no other option for Winchester. Please ITL this bill and save my community. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to take any questions from the committee.
Thank you very much, Ms. Beto. Are there any questions? Not seeing hands. Thank you very much.
Okay, next, Mr. Chair, we're looking for Speaker Amy Goodrich. There is an Amy in the chat. I'm hoping you are the same. So we'll promote panelist. Go ahead, Amy. Amy, are you prepared to speak?
I am actually not Amy Goodrich, but I would love to speak.
Yeah. Right ahead.
Okay, all right. So my name is Amy Shaw. I am from Rochester, New Hampshire. I am a wife twice now, a mother of 5 children, 2 biologically, all of us with special individual needs. My story is very long, so I'm just going to give you the basis of who we are, and you can ask me any question you want that pertains to any of those. So I am an adult who went to public school and private school. I sent my 9-year-old now to Catholic school. We are not Catholic. When she was 5, we had to get a lot of assessments and testing done. We found that she had a lot of special needs. I pulled my daughter from private school and sent her to public school because what I thought was that they were going to be able to help her. She would be able to get an IEP, a 504. That's what I was hearing from a lot of professionals in my community. That is not what happened. My daughter is one that fell through the cracks. I feel like there are those with extreme special needs. There are those who don't. There are those who are very poor. There are those who are not. Like, I feel like sometimes the middle ground just gets lost. So I fought for a year and a half to try and help my daughter get the education that she deserved, a free and, reasonable or whatever it is, the FAP education. All we got was stress, anxiety. My daughter was doing horribly. She was put in danger twice in the public school system and publicly humiliated by her teacher. And when I fought, I got nowhere. I went to the state, I went to nonprofits. They all couldn't believe my story. So after a couple of years in the public school at Rochester, hi, everyone in Rochester, they know who I am. I was at a wit's end. I didn't know what I was going to do. I said, I'm gonna have to homeschool or go back to private. We were poor. I have been on welfare. I have been on state housing. I have been on food stamps. My kids are still on Medicaid. I send my kids to private school because that's what they need. I make it work. I can tell you all about it, but I don't have time. My kid, 2 of my kids are going there now. Both of them have specific needs. They're doing amazing. She was not doing she was not getting her needs met at public school. And then nothing against public school. It's just for my child and my family, it was not a good fit. And as a mom who's determined, I was going to figure out a way to make it so that my children can become successful, independent adults in society. I have so quick, sorry. I would love to answer questions about LGBTQ. I would love to answer questions about foster care, poverty, special needs. I can answer all of those questions from last week and this week that, people have been wondering about. So I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you very much, Ms. Goodrich. Are there any?
Amy Shaw.
Hey, excuse me, Amy. I got the Amy right. Are there any questions for Amy? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Brian Balke. I believe we called him last week, but he was not available to speak. And I hope that there you go. Here he is.
Well, thank you very much to members of the committee, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Balke, and I'm a resident of New Boston and the superintendent of schools for SAU 19, proudly serving the communities of Goffstown and New Boston. As a superintendent, I support a parent's right to choose the educational pathway that parents feel is most appropriate for their child. I support individual family decisions to homeschool, to enroll in public charter schools, as well as attend private schools, including religious schools. I do not, however, support public funds to be used to pay for these educational pathways. Simply put, our public schools are not properly funded. The state of New Hampshire does not meet its constitutional obligation to fund an adequate education. The 2019-2020 state per pupil average for an elementary school student in New Hampshire was $17,188. In New Boston, we spend $12,791. This is the 4th lowest per pupil cost out of 156 elementary schools. We spend $4,400 less than the state average. That's 26% less. Even with this low per pupil cost, the local school tax rate is projected to be over $17.50 next year. Approximately 21% of the residents of New Boston are school-age kids. According to the New Hampshire Department of Education Equalized Valuation per Pupil Report, the property value that we have for each child is $706,943. The state average is $1.2 million. The lack of proper educational funding methodologies continue to hurt local communities like Goffstown and New Boston. The state continues to not adequately fund our public schools. This has been found in multiple lawsuits, Claremont 1, Claremont 2, Londonderry, and many legal scholars believe again with the current Conval lawsuit that was recently heard by the state Supreme Court. The burden of local property taxpayers to pay for public education continues to hurt local communities. I cannot support any bill that uses state tax dollars to fund education freedom accounts when our public schools continue to not be properly funded and the state continues to not fund the true cost of an adequate education. Thank you for the opportunity, and I hope the committee does not support HB 20.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Balky. Are there any questions from the committee?
Rep. Luno has one. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Superintendent, for joining us this afternoon. You'd mentioned the tax rate in the school tax rate in New Boston. Could you say what that is again?
We're projecting next year to be $17.50. And then, of course, the statewide educational property tax, which, by the way, is local money that's raised locally, retained locally, and categorized as state aid, is on top of that.
Okay. And would you be interested to support school funding reform that would improve the equity for students and taxpayers, and potentially even see a property tax reduction in New Boston of nearly $7 per thousand?
I would.
Would that be more in line with an average?
Well, it's fascinating. And with all due respect to Commissioner Edelblu, when he testified last week, he said that school districts are spending $20,000. So if that's the true cost of an adequate education, I would submit to you that this committee and the House and the Senate have a responsibility to truly fund an adequate education. And right now, that is not the case. And local property taxes are impacted. Local communities continue to be hurt. We're driving seniors out who are on fixed incomes. And this is in a community that has the 4th lowest cost in the entire state.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Rep. Lapkus has her hand up.
Representative Lakis?
Thank you. I'm curious as to your definition of a public education. Does that mean the public funds schools, or does that mean that the public funds an education for each child in the state?
Well, the definition as a superintendent that I would follow are the minimum standards in ED 306, which clearly outlines all the required elements that school districts are required to offer to students. So all of those requirements, along with the federal mandates, we have a significant number of unfunded mandates that are posed on our local schools that I think are well documented within the history of New Hampshire.
Thank you very much. Further questions?
I don't see any.
Thank you very much, Superintendent.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Kim Spencer. Kim, you've been muted. Welcome to education. Unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Kim Spencer. I live in Manchester. I am a former educator, a former owner of a large child care center that served 150 kids, a foster parent until we adopted one of our foster daughters. And most importantly, I'm here today as a mother of 7 children. You can say my life has been about caring for, serving, educating, and advocating for children. As I have worn all these hats in my life, I have come to learn, and I think we can all agree that there is no one size fits all for children, not in the way they are raised, and certainly not in the way they learn. Kids learn at their own speed, in their own way, and in their own style, and many benefit from learning in different environments. I was going to tell you about my own personal experience, but last week you heard many stories on that. I will just summarize that you can't imagine what it is like to raise a child who thinks they are stupid, and the amazing moment when you find the right educational fit for them and they look at you and say, I am smart, I can learn. I will add that a child can feel this way in any school district. We used to live in Bedford, a school district acknowledged for being one of the best, and moved to Manchester to be closer to more school options for our family. Last week, as I listened to the testimonies, there's one thing I noticed. The arguments against the bill are mainly about money and the worry of dismantling the public school system. And the argument for this bill is mainly about families and our wonderful kids that we will continue to advocate for or fight for because we want them to be successful. I will add that many of the kids asking for scholarships and looking for school choice, as we heard from Kate Demers this morning, is because they are being discriminated against, either for their special needs, their colors, or their own personal beliefs. I was educated by the public schools, and most of my children have been educated by them. But I've been alive for 48 years now, and for all those 48 years, I have been hearing that the public school system is underfunded and not getting enough money, and that it isn't working as well as we would like to because it needs more money. I'm beginning to think there isn't enough money to fix them. The school system, am I out of time?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay.
You wanna wrap?
Basically, I just think that to summarize is just that this shows us that the school system, public school system, is currently not working, and it definitely is needing change. And I think this bill is a good start to it, and will give parents choices.
Thank you very much, Ms. Spencer. Are you willing to take questions?
Yes, but I only have a few minutes because I've got 2 remote learners home today.
Are there any questions from the committee? Well, thank you very much. No questions. Have fun with your 2 remote learners.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Ragnar Kemp. I've promoted you. Go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Honorable members of the New Hampshire House Education Committee, we are blessed in New Hampshire to have some of the best public schools in the entire country, but even the best public schools don't work for outliers. My name is Ragnar Kempf, a citizen of New Hampshire since birth, and I represent myself in support of HB 20 because I was an outlier. My parents decided to homeschool me because they too were outliers. However, that plan was blocked when my father died of cancer when I was just 4 years old. After that, we couldn't afford it. Less than a year later, I started public school, a year early by standard reckoning. I came home that first day of elementary school and almost every day thereafter asking, why do I have to go to school? They don't teach me anything there. And while a few teachers were sterling exceptions and went above and beyond, that pattern otherwise kept up until I graduated another year early because I wanted out. I was miserable because the school did not address my needs. And it's easy to look at my track record of success since then and say, well, he had public school, he turned out fine, and that's technically true. But it hides something important. It hides the potential that was lost. I look back to my middle school years where I had my nose in a novel instead of a textbook, my years in high school where I acted out in boredom and frustration, and my years in elementary school where I didn't understand why I was even there. What could I have been had I been able to learn to my potential rather than a syllabus? The potential that let me finish my master's degree before the age of 20 and teach myself enough on my own to pass 13 AP exams to be state AP scholar. Where could I have gone if I had started using that potential at age 5 or 10 instead of 15? And more saliently, how do you teach the virtues of hard work to a child who doesn't even need to work to achieve good results? Let children have access to the best fitting education they can, no matter their means. Public school may be available for anybody, but it's not for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kemp. Are you willing to take questions if there are?
I am, yes.
Okay, for the committee, are there any questions? I don't see any hands. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Heather H. I am looking for Heather Harada. I don't know if they are the same. But
yes, hi, I'm on audio. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right, a day and another day and a half later. I'm so excited I get to talk. All right, I time this. Ready? Go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, for taking my statement. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and all the mothers and parents who need an alternative way to educate their children. My name is Heather Harada. I live in Keene, New Hampshire, and I'm a single mom. My daughter is 17 and currently attends 11th grade at High Mowing School in Wilton. She attended Monadnock Waldorf School here in Keene from 1st to 8th grade, with the exception from homeschooling in 2nd grade. None of that would have been possible without the Children's Scholarship Fund. Monadnock Waldorf School will now be closing at the end of this school year, 2021, due to COVID pushing it over the edge, as well as there being a huge gap between local pay and the cost of private education here in Keene. If I had had HB 20 available to me, I wouldn't have had to pay out of pocket for my daughter's math tutoring and transportation to her school. I currently have to pay $160 a month for her to take a bus from Keene to Wilton. HB 20 would be helpful for transportation purposes, which I have found nobody who's really mentioning. The people that I have heard that are opposed to HB 20, like the lady that just spoke, always make it about the money, not about what is best for our children. My child has no learning disabilities, but I do believe in Waldorf education and they meet the child where they're at. Also, please take in mind the lockdowns. The lockdowns have been very challenging. Try not to cry. For our children. Suicide and depression is at an all-time high. It's more important than ever to meet the children where they're at. I personally feel public education is very antiquated. I am a product of public education. I always felt like a square fitting into a circle. In my opinion, public education was originally developed to train the masses, quote unquote. Education is a personal, individual process. HB 20 gives us that freedom. After all, we are living in the live free or die state. In closing, I will share one of my favorite quotes. You cannot become what you want to be by remaining what you are. Thank you for your time. And please, I urge you to vote in favor of HB 20. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Are there any questions from Ms. Farad? Not seeing. Thank you so much.
Representative Ladd, I'm going through quite a few on the list from last week, and I'm not able to find a lot of people here. I was wondering if you could ask them to raise their hand. Whoever has signed
Are there any
in.
folks out there in the remote country that were signed up on the previous time we met for HB 20? If you did, would you please raise your hand by as an attendee? Then we can address those.
Okay, I do have Winifred Finneberg. I'm sorry, I messed up. Where did she go? I think you dropped your hand, so you went to the bottom on the list. Okay. Oh, there she is. Okay, thank you. Hold on. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Finneberg.
Okay, I think I'm on.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Winfried Fenneberg. I'm the superintendent of SAU 65, Kearsarge Regional School District, representing 7 towns in the Lake Sunapee and Kearsarge area. Committee members, thank you very much for listening to my testimony. I would like to stress that this is my testimony, but it is also testimony with the endorsement of the Kearsarge Regional School District and School Board. The board on February 4th has unanimously voted to oppose this bill due to lack of accountability, negative impact on taxpayers in the 7 district towns, and the lack of transparency to the public. I know much has been said before. I will try to stick to my 2-minute limit. So I have provided written testimony, but I just will focus on a couple of issues here. The bill takes public funds that were generated by collective taxation and for the purpose of serving a common good, and endorses the creation of individual entitlements for anybody who wants to spend community funds on the pursuit of their personal preferences. In no other area of public funding is such individual spending authority granted by the state. We build roads, we build bridges for all citizens to use. We fund hospitals and emergency services with public tax dollars. We support social services, child protection, police, fire, the courts with revenues generated by local, county, and state taxes. Nobody in their right mind would endorse giving state funds to individuals who prefer to hire their own security detail because they don't like the local police force. We don't distribute individual portions of our court system's budget just because some people don't like the rulings of superior court judges and instead want to go out and find themselves their own judge and jury. No reasonable society could successfully exist in this manner. And yet House Bill 20 does exactly that. Its purpose is to replace the New Hampshire public education system, which was funded by and for the communities, accountable to public elected boards, and constitutionally bound to provide an adequate, equitable, non-discriminatory education to all children. House Bill 20. I'm done, okay? You have my written testimony. I just want to say one more time that the school board in the 7 towns of the Kearsarge Regional District has asked me to represent them in this hearing, and I gladly do so. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. It's good hearing your voice again. You've testified many times before at the committee.
We have, yes, thank you.
Are there any questions for Winfred?
I don't see her.
We don't see any this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next is Jody Consolis. Jody, you've been promoted. Welcome to Education Committee.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you so much for having me speak today. I have a child who's an accelerated learner. When he went to kindergarten, he was beyond board. We were both told he was not allowed to say, please challenge me. At the end of kindergarten, he was hit by a car and acquired a traumatic brain injury with a lot of neurological issues. The school at the time would only give him a 504 plan, which they did not follow. I advocated for 1 whole year for my son to get the breaks that he needed, books on tape because he was unable to see properly, to get rests that he needed. Everything I tried failed. 1 whole year, I could not find an attorney in New Hampshire to help me because the schools retained them. I had no choice but to pull my child out of public school at the end of 1st grade. I was horrified at the treatment that my child received from the adults in his school, from his teachers. I was horrified at the backlash I received as a parent for bringing it to their attention that not only did they not educate him to his abilities, they failed him in his disabilities. What would you have me do for my child for his entire education program? Continue him on that path or give him the opportunity to flourish in an environment that meets his needs? And that's where he's at right now. He's being homeschooled. He has a tutor when needed. He has a co-op he goes to. And I wouldn't be able to do this without the Children's Scholarship Foundation. I think HB 20 would be the best route for my child's situation to go, because he would get the physical help he needed. He would get the educational help he needed to thrive. I just want to say thank you so much for listening to me, and please vote for HB 20. This is about the children. This isn't about the teachers. It's not about the unions. It's not about anything other than the children. I see I'm out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jody. Are there questions from the committee for Ms. Gonzalez?
No, but I'd like to just thank her for testifying. It was a nice conversation on the phone. I'm Barbara Shaw.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Jody.
You're welcome. Thank you all.
Okay, next we have Sarah Scott. Sarah, you've been promoted. Go ahead and speak, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Scott, and I'm with Americans for Prosperity. But out of respect for the committee's time and that of the parents and children who are still waiting to testify, I will go ahead and just submit written testimony and let you move along.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scott.
Okay, let's see. Let's see what other hands we have raised. Okay, next we have someone, Jane. Jane, I don't have your last name. If you wouldn't mind just letting me know your last name, go ahead and speak, please. Are you there, Jane?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Jane Bergeron Beaulieu, and I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Association of Special Education Administrators. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with all of you this afternoon. I previously had submitted my written testimony, so I won't go through all of it. I would just want to hit upon some of the bullets that are in my testimony. The first one speaks to the lack of accountability in regards to HB 20. As many of you know, IDEA requires school districts to be accountable to some really important issues. Things such as child fine, specific disciplinary practices, reporting of restraint, seclusion, expulsions. There are very specific requirements in regards to the professionals who can provide services in regards to their qualifications. HB 20, none of these procedural types of requirements are spoken to, which really denies the civil rights of our students with disabilities. In regards to the fiscal impact, you've heard a lot about that. With COVID, our school districts have been severely impacted physically, especially when it comes to special education and students with disabilities. Our association really feels as though subsidizing our private schools with public monies takes away from the much needed fiscal monies that are needed for our public schools. I mentioned in my testimony RSA 193(1)(c), which allows for students who are placed in private or home schools to simultaneously be able to attend a public school for curricular and co-curricular activities. HB 20 really strips the district of adequacy aids, and if a student with disabilities, and I see my time is up, so I will yield because you do have my testimony, but I did make comments also on parental placement and equal access opportunities, and would welcome any questions that you might have for me.
Thank you very much, Jane. Good seeing you again. I'm sorry, I was fall and winter.
I know.
Are there any questions for Jane from the disability? That's where, it's Special Education Administrators Association. Are there any questions?
I don't see any. Nope.
Thank you very much, Jane. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
We do have your testimony.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what she said. Okay. Next we have Ridley Bellamore. Go ahead, Ridley. You've been promoted.
Yes. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. My name is Bridie Bellamere, and I am the Executive Director for the New Hampshire Association of School Principals. I've also already submitted written testimony, which included testimonials from close to 70 school leaders in all 5 regions of the state. So I hope you have an opportunity to look at that. Again, in deference to time and respect to the committee, I realize there have been many salient points already raised as to the questionable composition of the bill as it currently reads, including ambiguous definitions therein, as already Christina Barrett from the School Board Association has raised. Our concern is, as proposed, this bill is more of a limitation act versus a freedom of education act, basically ensuring freedom for some but segregation for most. And I think these points have already been made by those who have testified in opposition to this piece of legislation. I also want to note that Barrett Christina in his testimony referenced the code of conduct and the hopes that those in the private sector would be held to that same code of conduct. I would like you to also please factor in the code of ethics and taking a look at that in juxtaposition to this piece of legislation, as it defines an educator's responsibility to ensure that they are respectful of and inclusionary of all students regarding equitable services, meeting diverse needs, and working with all stakeholders within any school community, much of that seems to be void of this specific legislation as it stands. Lastly, many points have been raised about comparing the public sector to business and industry. And yes, as leaders, we are mindful that there is place for growth, which we continue to do. But there is research out there in Forbes magazine, Pew poll research, Gallup polls, that educators are in your top 3 or 4 most trusted professions when surveyed across the country. So again, for the reasons we've disclosed, we ask that you consider voting in opposition of the bill as written. Thank you. I'm happy to take questions at this time.
Are there any questions for the Principals Association through Ms. Belmont? I got one. Is the New Hampshire Principals Association K through 12, K through 8, elementary and secondary combined?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I believe we have one last speaker who's raised his hand. I thought that he had testified on this bill already, but I can unmute him if you'd like.
Let's
Oh, we
find
have
out.
2 more. Okay.
Let's find out.
Okay, Mr. Gross, welcome to education. Well, it may have been on a previous bill, but Mr. Gross, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the Education Committee. My name is Scott Gross. I'm the Business Administrator for SAU 19. I will focus on the concerns that I have regarding fiscal transparency and accountability, which I believe are lacking in this bill. On page 5, lines 35 through 37, they deal with audits. And unfortunately, the bill's text provides little clarity about financial audits of this taxpayer-funded program. There is no mandated requirement to conduct an independent financial audit, nor does this bill mandate the percentage of EFAs or scholarship organizations that must be audited annually to ensure that tax dollars are spent with the utmost fidelity. Secondly, I respectfully raise concerns with how taxpayer funds are accounted for. With public schools, the Department of Education requires that business administrators like myself complete very lengthy financial reports each year. They're called the DOE 25. They take days to complete. These annual forms allow the state to calculate the cost per pupil expenses, and they also discern how the public schools spend their budgeted dollars. Data from these mandated financial forms allows the DOE to perform fiscal analysis, such as the one created for this bill. However, based on the text of this bill, we're basically saying that public schools will be held to a much higher standard to account for the expenditure of taxpayer funds. And to me, that makes no sense. I hope that you as elected officials would share in my concern that all entities receiving taxpayer-funded dollars would be held to the same standard of financial reporting. If the goal of this bill is to promote better opportunities for New Hampshire students, then having the ability to fairly and factually compare the financials of both public and private schools that receive taxpayer dollars ensures both accountability and transparency. So again, I would urge you to just consider the financial auditing and accountability safeguards to protect taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gross. Are there any questions for Mr. Gross? Mr. Gross, I have one. In working with the Department of Education, I find that some departments or some school districts are having their DOE 25 forms audited prior to sending it over to DOE. Does your district audit the 25 or simply audit the entire district, which you are required to do for your assets, revenues, and expenditures?
That is an excellent question. Both districts in which I work for, we use audited results, meaning that our independent financial audit, which is done, are used to then produce the DOE 25 reports. So it ensures that a second set of eyes have looked at the financials, which, again, going back to my comment, I just believe that if you're going to pass a bill like this, then you should have those same standards of accountability and transparency, because when you do compare district to district or school to school, you should be able to compare apples to apples. And when I say that, these DOE 25 forms, they drill down to how much money you spend on electricity, to books, to computers, you name it. And it would be really nice to know that when you're spending taxpayer dollars that, and you heard the testimony of kids who are in favor of this bill, who they want a computer. Well, it would be good to know where the money was spent. And again, that's an administrative cost that public schools have to account for, which unfortunately in this bill, it doesn't appear that that level of financial accountability and transparency is there. And I'm asking you to reconsider that.
Thank you very much, Superintendent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
Last speaker is Liz Canada. Liz, you've been promoted. Welcome to education.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman, and hello, members of the House Education Committee. For the record, my name is Liz Canada. I'm a step parent with children in the Exeter District, and I'm here speaking on behalf of myself. I'm here to express my opposition to House Bill 20, and my testimony today will focus on oversight and accountability. Thankfully, I think we can find common ground. Yesterday morning, there was a tweet from the New Hampshire GOP about a charter school that had, quote, grossly misused federal funds, unquote. One of the major concerns about privatization, as the GOP pointed out in this tweet, is the lack of oversight and accountability. Issues surrounding that specific charter school have been present for almost 2 years, but because of the lack of oversight and accountability, these issues seemingly continued. HB 20 also lacks oversight and accountability measures. I am curious how the representatives on this committee will work to resolve this significant concern, especially given the Republican Party's recognition that misuse of public dollars in privatization efforts is already very present in our state. Thank you for this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Canada. Are there questions for Ms. Canada? Not seeing hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ladd, Rep. Ladd, there are no more hands raised. Would you like me to go through the rest of the document?
Well, what we need to do is we need to ask those that are in the queue or in the attendee list, is there anybody else that desires to speak that has not spoken before?
They're trying to get on, but they had the wrong number. And so I don't know if they now have the right number. I tried to let them know.
Okay.
They kept getting on and getting an error because the number was wrong.
All I can
I
tell them
know,
to do is
so
go to
I'm
the
hoping
calendar.
that I sent them the right one. But I
So
don't
go
know if
ahead
they
and
know.
just repeat it, I guess.
Okay, for the members that are, those that are listening in the attendee list, is there anybody there that wishes to speak that has not had an opportunity either today or on the previous day we were discussing HB 20? If so, please raise your hand.
We have one. Alma, I'm not sure of Alma's last name, but Alma, we're gonna unmute you. Go right ahead, please. There, yes. Okay. Alma, you'll have to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm Alma Hignett, and I've been homeschooling for 7 years. And it just amazes me how everybody's also fighting for funds, not realizing that our children are in need. I'm also a taxpayer, and I've tried sending my child to a public school, and not once have I ever received on how she's doing. And I had to struggle myself to find a place for my child. Being a first-time mom and being a first-time adopted mom, it was very hard for me. Until today, I don't know where my tax money is going. So I would like to vote, and would like for everyone to vote for HB 20.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hickman. Are there questions that? Okay. Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. Okay, so at this point in time, we've asked, and there's nobody else in the queue, so we're going to close this hearing.
One second.
There's a person.
Asma El-Uni. Go ahead, please. Go ahead, Asma.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Asma El-Huni, and I am a mother of 8 children who are now adults. I have homeschooled 2 of my sisters, and so I understand the need to make sure that people do have a right to homeschool their children. But I'm actually speaking today in great opposition to this bill because unfortunately our public schools are underfunded, and that is a big issue. And that's where we need to be focused on. And so I just want to speak as a mother who is someone who's homeschooled. And at the same time, I think this is a mistake when we should be focusing our money on our public schools that are not doing too well at the moment.
Thank you very much, Asma. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you. E-L-H-U-N-I.
E-L-H.
Okay, I don't see anybody else.
At this time, we are closing the hearing for HB 20. The hearing is closed. Okay, for members of the committee, that concludes our work for today. Just as a notice, we are meeting on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday next week. It's in the calendar. I believe those were all emailed out to folks yesterday. Yeah. And you should be in receipt of them. So you can look at those and see what times. One of those days I don't have to right in front of me, but we're starting at 9:30 instead of 9 o'clock. Give you another half hour of sleep in the morning.
Wednesday.
That's Wednesday. The Wednesday meeting will be conducted in the finance rooms, which are at the head of the hallway here on floor 2. So we will be meeting there to discuss bills. So once again, thank you very much for participating today. And are there any questions from members of the committee?
Did you ever get the numbers of how many people signed in?
We can try to do that right now for you, Representative Cordell. Representative Hobbs is counting those up right now.
Yeah.
I'm asking her not to use a modern man.
Well, according to the sheet this morning, we have 732 that support. We have 3754 in opposition, 9 neutral, and 151 to test. Oh, I'm sorry, that is old list. Okay, I think today we added an additional 375 in support, 1464 opposed, 2 neutral, and 35 people signed up to testify. But to my surprise, a lot of them were not on the call, so you would have to add those together.
How many we had testified?
Did we? Okay.
So it checks out.
Okay, good.
So does that answer your questions, Representative Cornell? We also have the information from the previous day, part 1, which supported it 732.
I read that.
Okay, I'll just
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I just
732. Opposing it was 3,754. Neutral was 9, and testifying 151. and they all did not testify. So that's the information which we have here. Any further questions? Well, thank you very much, and have a good weekend, everybody.
I got testified.